All right, there we go. Okay, so haven't been recording there, so let's just back up just a bit. The government powers that we have, PEACH is the acronym to remember it: police power, eminent domain, taxation, and escheat. Those are all the powers that the government has. The taxes, the general real estate tax we were talking about was ad valorem, means according to value in Latin, and is the improvement tax is called the what?
Special assessment.
Special assessment. Do condominiums have special assessments?
No.
They actually do. Condominium associations are allowed to, because the municipality doesn't come in and manage most of the streets a lot of times in the condominium complexes. Those are private roads, unless they turned over the ownership. And what do we call it when we give land to the government for streets, schools, and parks? When a private citizen gives ownership of the land for streets, schools, and parks.
Dedication.
They call it dedication. Very good. Okay, so when they create those condo complexes, when they're trying to get the approvals for the construction, they got to decide whether they're going to dedicate those streets and make them city or keep them private. So, but the condo complexes, if they want to redo the sidewalks, if they want to redo the siding, change out the storm windows and doors, and change the roofs and stuff. If they want to do a bunch of major repairs on all the buildings in the complex, they could do that by raising up some additional money. What they would do is, much like a municipality, they would issue a special assessment tax on their residents. I've seen it done before, where everybody would get a $10,000 or $20,000 special assessment, and they'd have to pay it. Now, they wouldn't have to, if you don't got the money to pay it all at once, they'd break it down to either quarterly, or they could break it down to monthly payments over a period of years until it's paid off, okay? But it would need to be paid off one way or another. So yes, condos can charge those special assessments as well. So public land use controls include zoning ordinances, which allow states, counties, municipalities to create rules for what can be built where, what kind of, and what the property can be used for. So those are falling within their abilities for controlling the land in the area using zoning laws. Now, all of these are common zoning laws that you see in a lot of towns, and they also have subclasses. For instance, residential zoning. Because something is zoned residential, does that mean I could put up a one-family house? Does that mean I could put up an apartment building or a four-family house? Well, there's subclasses of zoning: R1, R2, R3, R4, etc. And that would dictate what kinds of structures that you could put up. Same thing for the commercial. We got mixed use zoning. That would be like combination residential commercial. Like you could have the house that you have an office out of and running a business. Like if you have this split level house with a separate entrance visible from the street, and it's a broker, they could have an office out of their house, right? But of course it would have to be in one of these mixed use zones, because you can't just start a business in the middle of a residential area out of your house. But provided that all these other factors are in place, you can as well, all right? Now, they're not going to get that deep into the weeds with it when it comes to exam time. They'll just ask, can a broker have an office in their house? Don't start getting into, well, is it zoned for it? You know, they're not going to get that deep into it with you, okay? They just want to know, can a broker have an office in their house? What about a broker salesperson or referral agent or salesperson, okay? No, only the broker of record can have the office in their house, right? So these are some of the subclasses, zoning and subclasses. Now, anytime you give the government power, anytime you give anybody power, is there a possibility that it can be abused or misused?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So has government ever misused zoning laws?
Yes.
Yes.
Give me an example of a misused zoning law. It's an outlawed practice now. Outlawed by the Mount Laurel decisions.
Um,
Remember, it's called exclusionary zoning.
yeah, not selling properties to the poor.
Well, they weren't picking on the poor, so it's not like it was like, well, we need to see your W-2 to see how much money that you're earning if you could live in this area. That's not how they were discriminated. They were discriminated against because the zoning required a much larger lot if you were to move in and build a house on the property, and poor people can't afford the much larger lot. So they required then the law, this outlawing of this exclusionary, what came to be known as exclusionary zoning. I mean, they didn't name it exclusionary zoning. This got named through the courts and the lawsuits as exclusionary zoning because you were excluding poor people from the area. It wasn't an official name, exclusionary zoning. That's in effect what it did. Excluded poor people from an area who could not afford to own the larger lots to build houses on. So municipalities now instead had to provide a range of housing due to the Mount Laurel court decisions, right? And we know that that's been then taken advantage of by people who can't get the zoning to build whatever their project is. So if the municipality didn't create their rules on how they were going to provide that range of housing for the Mount Laurel decisions, a builder who feels like that they've been put out by the zoning regulations in the town, how could they try to ignore the local zoning laws? They could file the lawsuit by suing the municipality, taking it to that 3-panel judge to hear their hardship case, and they could be granted builder's remedy and allow them to build whatever it is that they want to there. All right, so public land use controls. Actually, I should blow this up. Sorry, I'm doing this all minimized here. All right, public land use controls include the zoning ordinances. Actually, zoning ordinances, this is a little factoid I looked up. We never had zoning ordinances in New Jersey until they were first introduced in 1967. We had no zoning laws in New Jersey until 1967. So if you got a house that was built prior to that, it could be, you could have a house in the middle of a commercial area or commercial properties in the middle of residential areas, mixed use property. The building codes may not have actually been so great, if at all. So the zoning ordinances actually put into place what can be built and where. So if you own a property that is commercial and it's in the middle of a residential zone, you're not going to get the permit to do that today because it's zoned for residential use. However, your use is grandfathered. That means it's allowed to continue because it was there before the zoning laws were ever created or changed, okay? So zoning laws are continually changing in areas as towns continue to redraw their landscapes. And so what do we call it when you were using a property for a purpose, but you're allowed to continue using it for that purpose because it was being used for that purpose before the zoning laws were ever created? We call that a non-conforming use. The use is allowed to continue. It is grandfathered because it's an old use. It's old like your grandfather, right? So we want to keep them around. So we want to keep these uses around as well, okay? Now, we're gonna get into it that there are possibilities that use, that if you change the use or certain situations where that you could lose that grandfathered status if you change the use, then you're not going to be able to go back and use it for that commercial purpose again because you changed the use of it now, and any new use has to conform to the current zoning laws. Now, if you
Meaning, if you have a house that's from before 1968, I'm 67. And then what do you do? If you tear it down and then put a new one, then it's considered a new zoning?
Well, not even tearing it down. If you just change it and no longer use it for commercial, instead you only use it for residential, and then you want to change it back to commercial use again, city's not going to give you that permit.
Oh, okay. So it's either one or the other. You can't use residential and commercial.
Well, I, unless it's zoned mixed use. If it's zoned mixed use, yes, you can. But
Okay.
say it's zoned mixed use, but then you stop using it as a mixed use property, which is partially residential, partially commercial. Instead, you use the whole thing as residential. And that's good because it's an all residential area anyway. But now you want to reopen the store part because there once was a store there. The city will not give you the permit to do that because you changed its use. You used it for residential only instead of the commercial part. Okay, so they're not going to let you revert back to commercial again because the area is zoned residential and you have to go by whatever the current zoning rules are. Okay, it's only your use is allowed to continue when it's grandfathered, but if you change the use, you can't go back to the previous grandfathered use. You lose the grandfathered status on that non-conforming use. Now, let's just say that you have a property now and you want to use it for a purpose that doesn't meet the current zoning regulations. You would have to file for a permit to the city, and then it may be possible for you to get that if you build up a good enough argument of why you need it. So you file a permit. That permit is called a variance. And that variance, who do you give that permit to? Don't just say the city. You file it with the Zoning Board of Appeals in the municipality, okay? They're the ones that would grant or deny the variance permit based on your hardship or need. Now, what do I mean based on the hardship or need? Hold on a second. I did not open the background yet, my whiteboard. Let me click on that, let that thing open in the background. All right, so for instance, let's just say that you needed to build your house, like they have setbacks. You know what a setback is? It's the minimum distance from the streets and curbs and property line that a structure may be built. So your front setback is usually greater than the side and rear of your lot, right? So the setback, most municipalities, they'll have some kind of a setback that keep the structure away from the street. Like you can't build right on the curb. You know, you can't build a house right on the curb. Now you may see this in some towns. Well, that's because those properties were built prior to zoning laws, or even when the state introduced zoning regulations. It's not like, bam, every city in New Jersey had zoning laws and regulations covering all topics. Every city comes up with their own zoning use and regulations, okay? Now, state may have some zoning regulations, counties may have some, but the municipalities do too. So it's not like they create a zoning regulation, boom, all cities, that's it. No, each city may have their own separate ones. Like I live in Linden. In order for me to build a shed in my backyard, it needs to be 6 feet off the property line. Some municipalities may allow it right on the property line. Some will suggest that you're a couple inches off of it. It's just a suggestion. Other ones require so much distance off the property line. So mine has to be 6 feet off the side, 6 feet off the back. That's what the local regulations stipulate. Now, let me see. I think I have a drawing. I got this thing open. I just want to show you. Let me open up my zoning. Okay, so here's some pictures on the whiteboard I already have created. So for instance, say that the normal setback is 30 feet that you could build a structure here, right? So the structure has to be set back 30 feet off the property line, all right, from the street side. But how is that going to affect this guy over here that has a mountain behind him or a cliff? You can see whatever that is. It's a mountain or a cliff, you see? He doesn't have 30 feet between him and the property line in the front of the property. So he would have to get a variance. The permit that would allow him to vary from the current zoning ordinance of a 30-foot setback so that he could build the property closer to the front of the property line, the front property line, because he doesn't have the space behind it to set the property back and build the structure back there. So he would experience a hardship because of that. And the city may grant a permit for him to be able to build the structure closer to the property line, to the street, than normally allowed. So you see where a variance would come into play, where people can be disenfranchised by not having that special guidance. So we can't create rules that would be universal to everybody and not put some people off in some way. See, this guy, he wouldn't be able to build a structure unless they granted him a permit. Right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Now, so setback, I told you, like in my municipality, we have a 6-foot setback for the side and back of the lot that I could build my shed. All right. Maybe there's a setback here in the front. In your first 6 feet into your property, your first 6 feet of depth into your property, every municipality has an easement right for the first 6 feet of your property. That's why if they wanted to, they could come to your property and plant a tree in front of it. They could put a telephone pole up in front of it. Okay, that's where you have the easement in gross, where the municipality will allow it. They don't need to get your permission to put an easement in gross running across the first 6 feet of your property to put in utilities, a telephone pole, sewer lines, gas lines, any of that can be running there. And often they do. That's where you see the shut off for the water and the gas and all that stuff. You see that right there in the ground. You've got those caps, those pipes you see sticking out of the ground there. You try to avoid hitting them with your lawnmower blade, at least I do. And that would be found in those first couple feet of the property there. Okay. Now, the front feet, also sometimes called front footage or frontage. If the front of your lot, if you have a 50-foot lot that's 50 by 100, if you have a 50 by 100 foot lot, okay, that would be written like this: 50 by 100 feet. So 50 feet by 100 feet. What does that mean? Well, this means that you got a perfectly rectangular lot. The first measurement is how wide the front of the lot is. That's your frontage, or front feet. You have 50 front feet. You guys understand that terminology now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the frontage is how wide the front of the lot is by 100. So that means that both the sides would be 100. And if it only has two measurements like this, that means the front of the lot's 50 feet, the back of the lot's 50 feet, and both sides are 100. Okay? Perfect rectangle. Otherwise, it would say 50 by 100 by 60 by 115 or something like that. So that it would not be a perfect lot, because it would be something like this, Okay, it's not exactly square, even though this this drawing thing made it perfectly square, perfectly rectangular for me here. All right. And then you could also have flag lots. What's a flag lot? It only has 3 corners. That's a flag lot. Okay. It's a lot with 3 corners. It would only have 2 measurements. 3 measurements. They could have either 3 measurements, or it could have 3 measurements like this, or it could have 2 measurements like this, 50 by 100, and then it would say IRR, meaning that it's an irregular shape. Okay. Because we also have lots that, let's just say that you're on a curve of the street, like where I'm at right now. I'm at a curve of the street, so the front of my lot has actually got a little bit of an arch to it. Right? So, damn it. I gotta stop this app from snapping to shapes. Ink to shape, turn that off. All right, so that's another way that you could have these that you could have the lots is I told you I'm on a curve of the road, goes back like that. Okay, so we could have this shape like that as well. And if that's the case, then the surveyor would have to also measure the arc, the length of the arc, the arch of the arc, etc. And their explanations start getting pretty complicated then. And they got to know a lot of math to be a surveyor. You got to know angles and measurements and all kinds of stuff like that, map making. All right. I don't know what the hell that was. That was an explanation for some kind of drawing that I made up at some point. I don't know. Anyway, let's go back to the slideshow. So the variance would allow you to vary from the current zoning ordinances and build closer to the street in that example that I just showed you. You would file for that variance to the Zoning Board of Appeals. I gave you, oh, I know what that drawing was. Want to give you another example. I had a girl in one of my classes. This is actually in the Colonia Estates section, just near Edison. So this is Colonia. Colonia Estates section. Anybody familiar with this area, the Colonia Estates section? Right near New Dover Road? It's
No.
not too far off of it. Okay. Well, if you're on Route 27, there is a golf course over there, Nisland, right? Well, that's actually Colonia over there as well in that back area. You could turn off. There's like a train trellis bridge. Allows you to turn off, and then you're back in the Colonia Estates section where there's all these multi-million-dollar homes. Well, there's this one area over here. Before you get out of the Colonia Estates section, you're going up this hill. So this is the road. This is the winding road, all right? And on one side of the, so the road is elevated here. This side of the street cannot see this side of the street. So you got some guy over here with his multi-million-dollar mansion, okay? And then over here, here's the cheap seat section with people with average price homes. Some of them are even smaller type homes that they're in a nice Colonia Estates section still. So you got this little pocket of homes like that. I had a girl in one of my classes that she had a home right here, okay? Her father did anyway. And he had a garage. They had a garage, and the garage was starting to list to the side. You know, I mean, the thing was old. It was falling apart. It was a danger. So her dad decided he was going to tear it down so nobody got hurt, and then he was going to build another garage at a later time, but he didn't want it falling down on somebody, so he tore it down. Okay. Next year, he saves up enough money. He wants to rebuild the garage, goes to the city to get a permit. The city said, you don't have enough space there to build a garage. According to the zoning laws, you don't have enough lot size in order to build a garage, so we can't build a garage. And he's like, wait a minute, I already had a garage there. So they go back to the records and they look and they see that he did have a garage there. And he said that he tore it down. He's lucky that they didn't find him because he didn't get a permit. You actually need to get a permit for demolition too, not just construction. So he tore down the garage and they didn't find him for that. But he said, well, I want to rebuild the garage. I still got the foundation there. Now, the best way he should have done this is he should have done it, gone the permits and everything and got the approvals for the construction before he tore it down, but he didn't. So the city, though, said that they would grant him a variance in order to build the garage. However, when the municipality grants a variance like this, they said that you need to send out a notice to everybody that lives within 300 feet. Everybody that lives within 300 feet of you, you have to send out a notice to that we are granting you a variance to allow you to build something that's normally not allowed. Okay, so this variance would go out 300 feet to everybody that lived within that 300 feet area of him. All right. All right. So he sent out that notice. Now, keep in mind, this guy across the street is within that 300 feet area, but he can't even see them because this road is elevated. He said no, he doesn't want them to build that shed or that garage. So he wasn't able to get the permit to build the garage. Now, you could always fight it if somebody argues that. You know, you could say, well, what's your reason for it? You know, but I don't know, during the class time, her father didn't have the time nor the money to be going to court to be fighting that. So last I heard, it never got built. But I don't know if he ever went back to court, brought it up again, and then ever built that garage or not. I just know from what I learned from class and her situation what the issue was. But that is common. This does happen a lot. You know, my brother owns a 2-family house, and he's in an area with mostly 1- and 2-family houses. And about a block away, still within the 300 feet area, they were going to build, somebody bought a whole side of a block. They were going to build these condos that were raised. So there's a parking lot at ground level, and then there's 3 stories. Now that would be the highest building in the area. They would need to get a permit because that area is not zoned for that type of residential structure, but it's not zoned for it. So he got in the mail a notice about it, and then if he could either just throw it away, don't answer it, or he could put in an objection or ask questions to the builder. I told him, you know, put in an objection. They'll reach out to you and maybe even offer you some kind of payout so that you could just not be a pain in the ass as they can build their project. That happens too. Okay. All right. So those are the subdivision regulations, and they could dictate the minimum lot size, maximum lot size.
Can you also do it personally? Like, for example, if you know you're sending out this notice and you know your neighbors, to some of them you don't, you can personally go and ask if they could agree to it.
The
No?
city requires you to send it out. You could go hand deliver it if you like, but either way, however you do it, the city requires that you send out that note.
Right, because I know someone that done that and they were able to have their neighbors to agree.
Yeah, I guess harder to say it to your face, right?
Yeah, so then I guess that's the ideal. If you want something done, you have to.
Yeah, but I don't know. Your city may have a regulation against that you have to mail it. I don't know. Because that could be kind of intimidating too. I mean, I don't want you knocking on my door, you know, trying to get variance, you know.
Oh, I would do it.
I did both ways. We just built a deck in my backyard, and we had to get a variance and get signatures and things. So people that I knew in my neighborhood, I went door to door and got their signature on that piece of paper next to their names, because they give you a list of names.
Yeah. So
And
every
the rest-
and that list is everybody within 300 feet of you, you know.
Right.
So, were you guys able to do it?
Yeah, we built
Awesome.
our deck. Yep,
Awesome.
yep.
Okay. So, but you guys see, this is a thing. This is a real thing, you know. Even though they grant you that variance, you still got to get the approval of everybody that lives in your immediate vicinity who can object to it, or at least have their voice heard as to why they don't want it.
Yep, we had to send certified mail and spend $100 on mail to send it out to people that were in Georgia, utility companies that were in like South Carolina. It just didn't make any sense, but it was just
So they didn't want you to just hand deliver it or knock on their doors. They wanted some kind of proof that it was sent out.
Oh yeah, certified mail. Yep.
Okay. In addition to that, you just knocked on their door and said, "Can you? Yeah, you okay?"
Well, the signatures I got, I didn't have to send it to them, but the people that were within the 300, like the back neighbors and that I didn't know, so certified mail to them. Yep.
Okay. All right. So, so some of you have already experienced this. All right. So building and construction regulations, the state's minimum standard for construction, the building codes, they're referred to as, they're actually called the UCC, the Uniform Construction Code. That's the state's minimum standard for construction. Before we get to that, let's go bottom page 131, and let's highlight under zoning ordinances. let's highlight zoning ordinances are laws of local government authorities, such as municipalities and counties, that regulate and control the use of land and structures within designated districts or zones. And then turn the page. And about the middle of the page 132, we're going to highlight exclusionary zoning. This is just a recap and another, this is actually a decent definition for exclusionary zoning, having everything in one place. Highlight exclusionary zoning. We saw this in chapter 4 where it was first introduced. Sometimes used in the past to keep low-income and moderate-income families out of the suburban communities, has been outlawed by the Mount Laurel decisions. So you should highlight that. Now, that's not the purpose of why it was created, to keep low-income or moderate-income families out of an area. That was the ending result of what the municipality did through requiring the larger lot sizes. That wasn't their intent. Their intent was to raise money to provide better services for the community. They just went about instituting it in a bad way, in a wrong way. They didn't think it through all the way. And so then you get the groups like the NAACP that would then advocate and fight for saying, oh, you're discriminating against poor people. And now they got to answer to those charges, okay? So this is how it's phrased. It makes it sound like they intentionally went out there trying to pick on them. That's not what happened, but that was the end result, okay? And when it comes to discrimination, in order to be found guilty of discrimination, you don't have to prove what somebody's intent was. You just need to prove that a discriminatory act had occurred. Okay, so the UCC, non-conforming use. Let's continue here in the book with our highlights. Under non-conforming use, we're going to highlight there on the first line, is a building that does not conform to the zoning use because it was erected before the enactment of the zoning laws. Such non-conforming use is allowed to continue. It is grandfathered. Okay. All right, so zoning variations at the bottom of the page in the last sentence, we're going to highlight owners may appeal for a variance from existing regulations to allow a use that does not meet the current zoning requirements, okay? And who do you apply to get that variance? The Zoning Board of Appeals, right? So now on the right side, on page 133 here, next to building codes, I want you to write next to the title where it says building codes, write UCC, Uniform Construction Code, like it says up here on the screen in front of you. Maintained and enforced. This database of building codes, these construction codes, are maintained by the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs, all right? So they're maintained and enforced. UCC, Uniform Construction Code, maintained and enforced by the DCA. That's the Department of Community Affairs. It's mainly for your own edification, but UCC will pop up again later on, so you may need to know UCC either way. But I don't know if they're gonna give you an exam question on it, but they will give something pertaining to building codes. So UCC, Uniform Construction Code, is the state's minimum standard for construction, and this database of the code is maintained and enforced by the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs. Okay? So building codes cover everything from structural additions, remodels, electrical, plumbing, drainage, you name it, okay? What can be, how high a building can be built in certain areas of town, if you're going to put in whatever, how it needs to be attached, how it needs to be put together. For instance, like plumbing, you can't just put in a sink with a straight pipe. You got to have what's called a trap, okay? Give you a little drawing of this. Some of these blank ones. Blank. Yes, it is. Okay, so for instance, like with plumbing, plumbing regulations, if you're gonna have a if you're gonna have a pipe under your sink, you can't just have your sink here and then just a straight pipe going out to the sewer, okay? You gotta have your sink, okay? And then you ever notice if you look under the sink, the pipe got one of these, it's got what's called an S-trap to it, and then it goes down like that? The reason being is this area over here would fill with water. Okay, here, let's try to show you the internals of a pipe. So this area here would fill with water. When you run the water down, it has to come up, the water level has to come up to a certain point over here before it'll start overflowing down here and going down. So this way, you're always gonna have water sitting in that trap. They call it a trap because the water's trapped there. You're always gonna have a little water in that pipe. And it's like that by design. This way, sewer gases cannot just creep up and enter in and enter your house. Sewer gases could be noxious and they could be explosive. So this is why you always have a S-trap like this that would have water sitting in it. It prevents these gases from entering the house. You don't want sewer gas in the house. It'll stink and it can be explosive, all right? So building codes or regulations from the UCC would dictate that S-trap as an example of just some of the building codes. All right. Apparently I got a lot of these empty whiteboards here. All right. Now, before any construction can be done, you need to get a building permit, okay? The permitting process is in place to ensure that the city can see what your plans are. They could see who's going to be doing the work, and they could follow up through inspections to make sure that the work was done to code, right? And before any new construction can be occupied, they have to issue what's known as a CO, a certificate of occupancy. All right. Now, some municipalities require a CO anytime you do any kind of work. Okay. So, many municipalities only require a CO when you're doing new construction. And if you're doing additions or remodels, it would be a COC, certificate of compliance. It depends on the municipality what they call it. Okay. Whether they call it or require a CO, or certificate of occupancy, or every time that you move, they may require you to get another CO, certificate of occupancy inspection, or a CCO, a continued certificate of occupancy to make sure that you didn't do any work without permits and everything's still up to code. So, and New Jersey recognizes the environment just like most other states do. And there's a lot of hazardous materials out there. And we have used hazardous materials in construction in the past. And the rest of this chapter is pretty much going to discuss them, okay? So let's just go over some of those real quick. Not so quick, but we'll go over them. One of those hazardous substances is asbestos. What is asbestos? Asbestos. Anybody ever hear that before? Asbestos?
Yes.
Sound familiar? All right. You know what it is? You know what asbestos is? It's a mineral. All right. Asbestos is a mineral, and it has been used in construction materials because it has excellent heat retardation properties. It'll hold the heat within the pipes if it's used as insulation on pipes. It's been used on, when it's compacted, it's been used on floor tiles. Asbestos has been used as siding on houses. And asbestos has been used on popcorn ceilings. You guys know what popcorn ceilings are?
Yeah.
All right. You seen them ever sprayed in a building? You know. Let me see. I have links here for construction stuff. Where is it? Inspection material. Asbestos. Of course, I didn't put anything in there yet. Okay. So asbestos pipe insulation. It's basically wrapped around the pipe. It looks like, if you were to look at it, it looks like a piece of cardboard that's wrapped around the pipe in layers and has some plaster of Paris around it, so to speak. Here. You guys see these pictures here? This is asbestos insulation on pipes. Now, oh, that's not. Asbestos is an excellent insulator. It looks like a cast. You know, anybody ever get a cast on their arm or leg or something? Kind of looks like a cast, right? But this one over here, you see it, if you were to zoom in on that a little bit more, kind of looks like layers of cardboard wrapped around and then a metal band put there to hold it around the pipe. But there's actually asbestos. This is this mineral wrapped up in there, okay? Now, there's nothing wrong with it as long as it doesn't get disturbed. The problem is when it starts getting disturbed, this asbestos becomes a dust, and the dust becomes airborne, and when you breathe it in, those microfibers of asbestos are a danger. You breathe them in, and it causes lung cancer, mesothelioma, etc. Here, and it starts peeling away. People peeled it away for some reason or another, and or the pipe was put so close to the wood here that they had to rip it out, and now it starts falling apart. The asbestos gets airborne. You breathe it in. Long-term or high-dose exposure could cause the cancer. Okay, see this at the edge of the pipes. You usually see that at the edge of the pipes. You see these little asbestos fibers built into there. Here, let me try to zoom in. So you see, it kind of actually looks like, if we were really to zoom in, it looks like a fiber, doesn't it? Now, that fiber is like razor sharp, jagged snowflakes if you were to put it under a microscope. And when you breathe it in, it sticks into your lungs, creates scarring, scar tissue, and cancer. All right, you look, your lung cancer, you know, your lungs need to be pliable in order to pump that oxygen in and the carbon dioxide out, but it's hard to do when it gets scarred. Now, you guys ever get a scab? The scar, the scabbing? It's hard. Imagine your lungs like that, and they're trying to pump, okay? That's a little bit of an oversimplification, but I'm trying to give you guys a visual of what it does. Now, if you ever see a house, you walk into a house and you see this in the basement, this is usually where you'll see this with the pipes in the basement, all right? See that? Kind of look, this is what I was saying, it looks kind of like that perforated cardboard wrapped around, all right? That's asbestos, okay? Asbestos is an excellent insulator. It's just dangerous if it starts falling apart and becoming airborne. You guys know that Johnson & Johnson lawsuit? You're constantly seeing the settlements for it from attorneys on TV, on the internet, etc. for the baby powder or the talc, the Johnson & Johnson talc.
Yep.
Talc doesn't cause cancer. Talc doesn't cause mesothelioma. The asbestos, there is asbestos in the talc. You may be wondering how. Well, asbestos is natural mineral. It is not man-made. And these asbestos, it looks like dust. It's actually little fibers, but they're microscopic. And it is actually mined at different levels. See, when they do these strip mining, you get trucks that come in and they scoop. Here, you can actually visualize. You see there's trucks here. This truck is scooping away. It's strip mining away at the levels of the earth. And there's a level of talc where the talc is, which is the softest rock that's out there. That talc powder, the baby powder, all right, it's the softest rock that's out there. But just below where they get the talc from is the layer in the earth where the asbestos can be found. And so sometimes those trucks, when they're scooping that talc, they also scoop in some of that asbestos. And so it was found that Johnson & Johnson found this for their quality testing control. And the problem is they found out that there was talc in, there was asbestos mixed in with their talc. They were not filtering it out as good as they, I don't know if I should say as good as they could, but as good as they should have. I don't know if it was possible for them to filter any better, but either way, they found that there was asbestos mixed in with the talc, and they never disclosed it. And that's where these lawsuits came about. They should have disclosed it or fixed the damn problem. And because they didn't disclose it, people started suing. You see, there's some asbestos talc. Okay, it's not the talc that causes the cancer. It is the asbestos fibers in the talc that cause it. All right, and here's some talc. Here's some asbestos under a microscope. It looks kind of like a razor sharp picker bush or something. Razor needles, right? So when you're breathing that dust in, it's sticking into your lungs like that, your soft tissue. Okay. We have asbestos insulation in attics. Okay, what is this called? Vermiculite. Okay, here. If you ever see insulation like this, it's in the attic all loose, it's light and fluffy. Don't start playing with it. Don't walk through it. Don't go breathing that stuff in. That is like a stage 1 hazard right there, because it's just loose. All right, and you could get that airborne all over the place in no time. So that's called vermiculite. I'm trying to get a zoomed in look at it for you. Kind of even looks a little bit like a little bit of rock or stone, but it's that's actually the insulator that they would have just spread out all throughout the attics. Okay, now those people who installed that, you know, wonder if they're around today. Okay, let's try to get some close-up views of this stuff just so that you can see what it looks like. Okay, because you may be coming in attics and stuff like that that aren't finished, and if you see this stuff, just don't go kicking it around. You'll be all right. You know, if you see big clouds that's forming in the attic, well, then don't go in there. But short of that, it's not going to cause you harm just going up there and seeing this. Okay, but if it's in the airborne, it's airborne. You're breathing this stuff in. Don't go.
Quick question.
Yeah.
What if you know, you have a seller that wants to list their property and you see this on their attic or on their pipes in their basement? Are you supposed to tell them that they need to remove it or that they need to get an inspection?
Okay. Well, there's what can be done. Well, it depends. Is it just spread out throughout the attic, or are they doing what they're doing here? It's getting put between the rafters, and then they're covering it up. Okay. So if it's covered up, it's not going to be as much of a danger because it's not going to be exposed and creating that dust. But if it's just out in the open like that, that's dangerous. I would suggest you got 2 options: encapsulation or removal. Encapsulation would be covering it up, or removal. Just the same thing when you have asbestos siding. Whoops, spelled siding wrong. It's gonna bother me. Okay, so the asbestos siding would look like this. You know, it's hard. You see how it's cracked over here in this picture? See if they can give you a close-up look at it too. Yeah. So you guys ever see siding like this? If you were to hit it, it sounds like stone, and it actually kind of feels like it. It's hard, and if you push on it, you actually can crack it like that, like a stone. It cracks off like this, breaks off. Okay, this isn't on the high ranking. They rank the dangers of asbestos, like that insulation, the vermiculite. That's dangerous because it's dust format. The the wrappings that go around pipes, hot water pipes for insulating, those are a danger because they could become airborne. But if you wrap them, then you're preventing it from getting airborne. So you're limiting that danger from getting loose, okay? But anyway, here's the asbestos, what asbestos siding looks like. We also have asbestos floor tiles. See? Asbestos floor tiles. These are low on the danger scale. I'll tell you, unless you're starting to rip them out, you're going to try ripping them out. You start sweeping that stuff up, creating a lot of dust. This guy got a fan there. It's not the brightest idea. So asbestos tiles, they're actually kind of thick. It's they're glued down. So they're trying to rip them up. Okay. Now, when you do that and you're ripping stuff up, just make sure that you don't got a fan going. Make sure you don't got dust going in the air. Make sure that you're not sweeping it all over the place. If you're vacuuming it, make sure the place is well ventilated, and make sure that vacuum is got some good filters on it. Otherwise, it's going to be blowing throughout. You could blow those microscopic fibers can blow through. So, if the tiles are in good shape but they're just ugly, go over them. Don't remove them. Okay. If you got a good floor base that's flat, but if it's missing tiles like this, that's a different story. You know, then you may have to rip them up.
This is generally in older homes, right? Not the newer houses.
Yeah, they're not using asbestos in construction materials anymore. Asbestos was banned in 1978 for use in construction materials. Here we go. Let's see what this guy got here.
You're removing them, don't you? Don't you still have to have them professionally removed?
Well, what's to stop you from removing it yourself too? But I don't suggest it. But it should be removed by a EPA certified company. That where do you dispose of this stuff?
Yeah, because I thought you know you had to have it like all sealed off, and you know it has to be done professionally. I thought.
All right. Now, I mean, listen. I've fixed and flipped houses before, and this stuff, things like this, you're taking a risk removing it yourself. Make sure that you got the proper ventilation, masks, all that. Make sure you don't get the dust going on, all that stuff. Because if you breathe that stuff in, with your typical face mask, these particles are so small they'll get in through that. They'll go right through your face mask, and you can breathe them in. All right. You think that those face masks are helping you against coronavirus? Look at this. You got something like this that you could touch and see, and it's got microscopic particles that still come through. Okay. So they have to have these HEPA multi-stage filters to protect you from it. If you ever see these guys that are doing it, they're removal of asbestos. Look, asbestos removal. If you see these teams coming in,
Oh yeah, they got suits on and everything. Yeah.
they wrap the house. They put signs outside the house. Look at this.
Yeah, like
Got
that.
the
Yeah.
They got the Nomex suits covered head to toe. They got the respirators on here with those multi-stage filters in them. They're making sure that they're not getting exposed to this.
They don't want to get it on their clothes and stuff. Yeah.
Look at this. This is what this type of stuff. Look, caution: asbestos. Do not inhale dust. This is for ceiling tiles, asbestos ceiling tiles, or the ceiling.
It's expensive to have that done.
To get it cut away, removed. Yeah. But listen, if you want to take the risk and do it yourself, the law doesn't prevent you from doing it. But you cannot just put this stuff in bags and throw it at the garbage. Look at it. See, they even have signs up. Asbestos dust. They actually wrap the house or put a sign by the entrances that say, warning, asbestos removal, keep out, so that people can't say, oh, well, they never had proper warnings and I got asbestos from them. They will even compartmentalize by wrapping the area in plastic as they're doing the removal so that the dust doesn't escape the area. They keep it in a controlled area with fans and filters capturing any asbestos fibers or dust. Yeah, which is interesting. Asbestos removal. Look at this, popcorn ceilings. See what kind of images we come up with this. Okay, so these are what popcorn ceilings look like. Okay, now because you got a ceiling that looks like this doesn't necessarily mean it was popcorn ceiling. Some people started liking that look, and they just added sand to the paint, and then it gives it that same look. Or they took up newspaper and shredded it up, and they mixed it in with the paint and put it on the ceilings, and it looked like that too. It's a cheap way to cover up with paint any imperfections in the finish, okay? And then it ends up looking like this, okay? Some people like that. I think it's a dust collector, okay? They're hard to keep clean. But when they start coming off and it starts breaking loose like this and starts getting airborne, well, time to remove it, all right? And then that could be kind of an expensive removal, okay? They could try scraping it, or they could just try breaking down the sheetrock altogether, or they could take it like a trowel. Let me see, like this guy over here, and he's scraping the asbestos finish off. Not exactly got the best respirator there for that, but as long as you spray the ceiling as you're scraping it, you keep the dust to a minimum, should be all right. But I'm not telling you guys to do that. Okay. I've done this stuff before. I've removed it before. Spray the ceiling. You keep it a little bit damp. Keep the dust down. No, I haven't had any issues, thank God. Around the pipes, when removing it with pipes, basically, if the basement's unfinished, I soak the pipes with a hose with water. They get soaking wet. Cut it with a razor blade. Falls to the ground like sopping wet newspaper. No dust, no danger. Stick it in a garbage bag, and do not put it out at the curb. That's illegal, okay? But if you take it down to the city dump, they will gladly accept it, okay? What do you think all these bags that are labeled asbestos, do not caution, asbestos dust, danger, do not breathe, the only difference is they're taking it to the same place as me. They're taking it to the dump. They're not sticking it out front for garbage pickup, because that's what a lot of people will get lazy and do. And then they throw it in a garbage truck. Garbage truck compresses it. Now you got a garbage truck running down the street, spreading asbestos dust all over the neighborhood. The cars breathing it in. The people in cars breathing it in. The garbage men's riding on the back of the truck breathing it in. Right?
Not good. Not good.
So that's why it's illegal. But this is why when you see them removing this kind of stuff, they tape plastic up all over the rooms, on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls. Covering everything up before they start the removal process. That's why it's expensive, all the taping up and plastic, all the meticulous care to try to make sure it doesn't spread throughout. All right, so that's enough about asbestos. Is asbestos man-made? No, it's not. Not everything on planet Earth that wants to kill you is man-made, okay? Contrary to what a lot of environmentalists will have you believe. Well, asbestos is a natural mineral. It's a mineral, okay? Now, another danger or hazardous material is lead. But before we get into lead, let's do some highlighting. On page 134, at the first paragraph at the top of the page, or second paragraph at the top of the page, the EPA publishes a brochure called the Healthy Home Action, okay? And there's a website link to it here, okay? I don't think I got this link in our notes, so let me just make a little notation for myself to get this link and add it to the notes. It's in English and in Spanish, a little guide about all the different hazards in construction materials. I may have it, I'm not sure. Copy, link to notes. All right. This is just additional information you guys can put on your own websites or blogs or what have you to help consumers out. Being a helpful, useful, having original content on your websites will build traffic and ranking for your websites. All right, which you should have. I'll give you some resources on that later. Now, so there's a website link. You see two website links here, one in English, one in Spanish for this brochure. Now, Asbestos on the bottom of the page, 134. Highlight asbestos as a mineral once used in insulation because it was resistant to fire and contained heat effectively. Before 1978, the year in which the use of asbestos was banned. Okay, so when was it banned? 1978. As we're going to find, 1978 apparently was a pivotal year where they found out that everything will kill you, and they started banning in construction. All right, on page 135. Lead-based paint and other lead hazards. Okay, now lead is the only hazardous material that we have a disclosure that's required to be used, where any property owner, any homeowner has to disclose any known presence of lead hazards in the home, lead paint or other lead hazards in the home. Lead was used on paint. It was used on pipes that delivered the water to the house or took the water from the house. So that was lead pipes. You ever hear of a lead pipe? Lead was used for flashing as a malleable metal by roofers where the chimney meets the roof. They could just melt it easily and shape it so it formed very easily. It's excellent. You don't have to worry about it rusting, although it did wash away with the water a little bit. The lead was used on pipes to connect them so that they don't leak as solder because it could melt. You could melt the lead and then it would harden, and then you could connect copper piping with it. That's why you see nowadays, if you go to the hardware store and you get solder for pipes, it'll say lead-free solder right on it because lead is no longer allowed, especially on your drinking water. But if you have older homes built prior to 1978, those pipes may have been connected with lead solder. You could have other lead pipes or other lead hazards in the house. That's why you should test your water, okay? Or use, if you have a home built prior to 1978, have a filtration system, like a zero water filter, which is one of the very few, if not one of the only filters that would filter out the lead. I'm not sure if the Brita does, but either way, I know those zero waters are excellent at filtering out impurities. Different minerals and heavy metals and such like that. Heavy metals, if ingested, they could be extremely dangerous, especially to seniors and children who are still developing, children under the age of 6. There's, well, a lot of every young child, but really the children under the age of 6 are really susceptible to this. It could have all kinds of issues. Let me see if we read here. An elevated level of lead in the body can cause serious damage to the brain, kidneys, nervous system, and red blood cells on anyone, but especially children under the age of 6 who are still developing. The degree of harm is related to the amount of exposure, as well as their age that the person's exposed to it. Lead was used as a pigment and drying agent in alkali oil-based paints, and some of the other issues I told you, by roofers and pipes and solder, as well as the paints. And you could see properties, everything from low-income housing to multi-million-dollar mansions that had lead products in them. If we go to the last paragraph here, let's highlight it. Everything from, on this last paragraph that says, the use of lead-based paint was banned in 1978. No federal law requires that homeowners test for the presence of lead-based paint. However, under the Lead-Based Paint Hazard Reduction Act, persons selling or leasing residential housing constructed before 1978, when? When?
1978.
1978 must disclose the presence of any known lead-based paint or other lead hazard, and provide purchasers and lessees, that means tenants, renters, not just buyers, with any relevant records or reports that the seller may have. A lead hazard pamphlet which will be pictured on the next page, must be distributed to all buyers and tenants if the property was built prior to 1978. And lead-based paint disclosure statement must be attached to all sales contracts and leases regarding residential properties built prior to 1978. Note that New Jersey's seller's property condition disclosure statement does not include the federally mandated lead paint disclosure. So this is a separate disclosure. It's not included in the in that seller's property condition disclosure report. Purchasers must be given 10 days. We're continuing to highlight here. Purchasers must be given 10 days in which to conduct the risk assessment or inspections for lead-based paint or other lead paint hazards. Purchasers are not bound by any, and purchasers and lessees, that includes, are not bound by any real estate contract until the 10-day period has expired. However, buyers can and renters can shorten the period, even give up their lead inspection rights entirely if they want to close sooner. The regulations specifically require real estate agents ensure that all parties comply with the law. So we have an obligation. We are specifically named in the law. We, as real estate agents, need to ensure that the seller discloses any known lead hazard in the home by having them fill out the seller's the lead hazard disclosure statement and providing this pamphlet to potential buyers or renters. Okay, on the next, see, here's a bunch of these hazardous materials we're going to be going over. Let me just keep changing the slides here, actually, to get caught up. Oh, that EPA booklet, I do have it here, that Your Healthy brochure. So you remove that note. I do have it built into our slide. These links in English and Spanish. Well, Spanish link may still be here in the book, okay? Asbestos, we went over this. Lead, we're going over now. Okay, here's all the disclosures pertaining to lead. So what are the 3 items that must be given to buyers and renters for any property that was built prior to 1978? You need to know the year. You need to, because this will be on both exams. And what are the 3 things that must be given? The lead hazard disclosure statement, the pamphlet from the EPA, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection or to waive that inspection rights. Okay. Oh, I was going to pull up a link to the lead hazard pamphlet. Instead of pulling up a link, I'm going to actually pull up the actual lead pamphlet, lead hazard pamphlet, and show it to you. Give me one sec. Where is my lead hazard pamphlet? Hold on a second. Oh, I got it. No, I got the links to this stuff. I just don't have it added in here. Oh, you know what? I probably have it in the Word document. Let me open that up and search for lead. Not lead, but lead. Lead paints. Lead hazard. Yep, lead hazard pamphlet or lead paint. All right, so yes, in the class links.word document, I do have 2 links for pertaining to lead hazards. One takes you to the DCA, the Department of Community Affairs. They have the information here. Look, HUD lead-based paint hazard reduction program information, as well as let's see, is this the lead hazard brochure? Lead assistance programs, all kinds of abatement issues pertaining to lead. Not sure what this brings up. Let's find it. I guess there's some kind of subsidies to help you remediate lead in the house. Okay, if your income's under a certain amount, apparently, state will help you with those costs. That's interesting. Okay. That is on this page here, which is in the class links folder here under the lead hazard pamphlet or lead hazard, lead paint hazard. You can just search for that and you can find all that. And I'm gonna put this link to that subsidy there directly. But here on the EPA's website, there's a link I have here. We can go back to the browser and I'll pull up that, I know I got this somewhere in the computer, I just can't locate it right now. Probably under my contracts. On the EPA website, you pull up this. It's available in English and Spanish to protect your family from lead. And it talks about what lead is, what the hazards are. Who do we need to provide this pamphlet to?
Buyers and tenants.
Buyers and tenants, okay? The seller just needs to, we don't provide this to the seller. From the seller, we just provide to them that lead hazard disclosure statement, which needs to first be filled out by the seller and then the buyer, okay? And so this pamphlet basically goes over what all the dangers are, et cetera, and about remediation, removal, all that stuff is based into this pamphlet. I'm just going back, seeing if I could see in my contracts, probably there, contract and disclosures. And let me look up lead here. And yep, of course, that's where it would be. Actually got several versions of this lead disclosure, lead paint and lead pamphlet. Okay, lead pamphlet, I got 2. Let me see if I got 2 versions of this and the lead disclosure statement. I'm gonna pull that up and show it to you. Okay, so here's another version of this pamphlet from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development from January 2020. This is the latest one. Okay. Shrink that down a little bit so you can see the whole pages. Okay, so this is the latest pamphlet. Can you guys see this? No? Okay, this is the latest pamphlet right here.
Yeah.
From January 2020. It's basically the same stuff, but it's got the date on the front of it. If I were to zoom in, scroll down, and you can see it, January 2020 here in the bottom left corner of it. All right. And that's on the EPA website. I provide that link to it on your in the Word document. All right. Let me pull up the lead disclosure statement so that you guys can see what that looks like. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so here is the lead disclosure statement. It's a little bit different than the one that they have in the book on page 138. This is the one that we actually use. I don't know where they got this one from here. It's in the book, but this is the one we actually use, provided by New Jersey Realtors Association. It basically gives a little warning about what the hazard is of lead. You got to put the property address on there. when getting a listing, we have to make sure that this is filled out and the seller first fills out and signs their part before we provide it to any buyers or renters, okay? And there's a couple sections here, okay? Seller's disclosure. They have A, B, and C that they need to initial next to each one of these, and there's going to be options that they need to check. Like in A, they have to initial here, and they have to check one of these off. Either seller has no knowledge of lead-based paint hazards in the property, or they do, and then explain. Then does the seller have any available reports pertaining to lead hazards for inspections, or do they not have any reports? So they have to check off one of those and then initial. And then they have to initial here that if there's a change in the above information, basically if they find out that there's any lead hazard that they didn't previously disclose, they'll make all parties aware of it at some time during the transaction. Then the seller signs, all the sellers, and the listing agent signs. And then they provide this to the buyer. This must be filled out in the correct order. You cannot have a buyer or renter fill this out first. And here, I'll show you why. Because here's the purchaser or renter's acknowledgement then. We have different versions of this that just use the name purchaser or renter on it, okay? Purchaser has received copies of all the information stated above. How could you ask the buyer or renter to initial off that they received copies of all this information if the seller didn't fill it out first? Okay, this is why it has to be filled out in the correct order. Then they have to initial that they've received the that pamphlet that you provided it to them, and then they have to initial and then check off one of these. Either you gave them a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection for lead hazards, or they chose to waive that opportunity for the lead hazards inspection, okay? And that may be necessary sometimes if they're gonna be renting and they wanna close on it sooner. You can't let them close on a transaction until they get that 10-day opportunity, okay? Or they waive that opportunity. And then the purchasers sign and their agent. The buyer's agent, remember I keep telling you, they're referred to as the selling agent because they're the one that's selling the property, bringing in the buyer, okay? So selling buyer's agent has to sign and date here as well, okay? Now, it's important that this is required when? For what properties? What properties is this disclosure required for, this lead hazard disclosure statement? Federal law requires it, all 50 states. For what kind of properties?
Apartment rentals?
Residential.
Residential, all residential properties?
And rental?
Rental.
Okay. Built prior to 1978. Okay, so all residential properties for sale or lease built prior to 1978. That's when it's required, okay? It's not required for properties that were built after 1978 because they banned the use of lead in construction in 1978. You need to know this for exams, okay? What are the 3 things you need to give to buyers and renters pertaining to lead?
Lead paint booklet,
This-
the lead paint.
The pamphlet, the disclosure, and 10 days.
And a 10-day opportunity to conduct their inspection or waive that inspection opportunity right altogether, right? Okay, this will be on exams, guys. This is why I'm spending so much time on there. I don't do it just to hear my own voice, okay? I'm trying to help you out. This will be on both exams, okay? Now, radon gas. Radon, here I got some information, some links and info over here pertaining to radon. Radon is an invisible, odorless, tasteless gas. Yeah, it'll kill you. It causes cancer. It comes from decomposing radioactive rock deep within the earth. Uranium. It is not man-made. It is not man-made. Once again, the earth is a hostile environment. It wants to kill you. No, the earth doesn't want to kill you, but it does have some things that are hazardous to our health, okay? Like this. Decomposing radioactive rock deep within the earth. This would be radon. All right. Now, we need to know what are considered dangerous levels when testing. I'm going to go over this testing and how it's done and everything by having you guys watch a video really quick. But anything over 4 picocuries, which is expressed like this that you see here on the slide, 4 PCI, or it can be written like this, 4 PCI/L, 4 picocuries per liter. It's a minuscule measurement of gas, okay? This is how they measure, okay? It's a picocurie, it's a small measurement. So 4 picocuries, anything 4 picocuries or more is considered dangerous. However, any level is radon is dangerous, okay? So why does the government state that they give this minimum 4 picocuries? Well, because certain areas you could be walking around outside and be exposed to 4 picocuries. So the best that they could do is equalize it to whatever's in your environment. This is not man-made. It comes from the earth, from decomposing radioactive rock over millions of years. It may take before the rock starts letting out this gas to the point that it becomes measurable, let alone dangerous, okay? But let me see. There is a map, okay? You see it on page 139, but I'm going to pull it up here in the book too, or on the website. Hold on one sec. I'm going to open a website for you right now. Here's a radon protection element. Here's the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, not the EPA, but the NJDEP. Anytime somebody gets an inspection in their home for radon, the results can only be tested by certain laboratories that are authorized to test for radon. And then those results, they must share with the DEP, who tracks that information, and they put it on a map. There's different levels ranked by tier. Tier 1 is being the most dangerous areas, Tier 2 and Tier 3. Tier 1 is a high potential, at least 25 homes tested with 25% or more having radon at greater than 4 picocuries. Moderate would be 25 homes tested with 5 to 24% having 4 picocuries or more. Now, that doesn't mean that the majority of the homes in the area have it. It just means that out of the homes that were tested, 25 have been tested in that area with these types of measurements. So because you're in an area that's red here, that does not mean that you've got radon. You may have no radon, okay? This is why we need real estate agents involved in these transactions. This is why we are forbidden from disclosing to potential buyers if we are aware of any radon reports in this house. Why is that? Because we don't want to spook people out who are not interested in buying the house. We're actually forbidden from disclosing that information until somebody puts an offer in writing. When somebody makes an offer on the property, then we're required to disclose any knowledge that we have pertaining to radon in the home, any knowledge or reports pertaining to the radon. But we got to keep our mouths shut beforehand, because otherwise an ill-informed person, they just go to an open house, you know, you're disclosing, oh, there's high levels of radon here, but, you know, it could be remediated. It can be fixed. That person will be like, oh, running for the hills. Oh, I don't want a house. They got that cancer gas there. I don't want to be in there. And now, if that's the case, would you want to buy the house next door if it came up for sale? No, you'd be like, oh, that whole area, that's radon in that area, which that could be wrong. You could have that decomposing rock under that house, but not the neighbors. This is why we need real estate agents involved to educate the public on these things. And this is why we keep our mouths shut about it until they express an interest by making an offer on the property, okay? So because, once again, because a house is in a Tier 1 area, does not mean that your house has radon. It just means the likelihood is higher, okay? That's all it means. So don't freak out, because look, how much of New Jersey is in red or in Tier 2, orange? The entire eastern seaboard of the United States looks like this. Okay? Anybody have those beautiful granite countertops in your house? Where do you get the granite from? Comes from a quarry. It could possibly have that decomposing radioactive rock in it, releasing that gas. Have you had it tested? Well, we're going to show you a little video on how you can test it yourself and have it tested if you have not had it tested yet. Let's see, what's the inspection? Radon. Okay, good. I have some videos here for that. Damn. I had a video for this. Okay, I got a bunch of pictures here of radon remediation systems, but I know I had a video here pertaining to radon. I just need to pull it up. Anyway, how does radon enter the home? Let's go through some of these pictures I have here. Okay, so it comes up from deep within the earth. Okay, it could come up through your water system if you have well water. Okay, it could come up through that water and into the house. It could come up through your cracks in your foundation, or through the foundation itself, or if you have a French drain, it could come up through the water, through your water pipes. It could come up inspection hazards, radon. See, I got a bunch of pictures here. Well, this is a monitor, okay, for this system. How do you, let's finish first going up through how do you get it into your home. I'm trying to go through these pictures. Apparently they're not labeled here. So let me just rename this one real quick. Edit. Radon tests. Okay. It's actually a radon monitor. So radon, inspection issues, radon. Okay, so come up through the, oh, if you have a sump pump in the basement, do you have the tightly fitting plastic cover on it, or any cover, or do you just have a piece of wood over it so you don't fall in the hole? Okay, if you have a nice tightly fitting plastic cover on there, that would prevent the gas from entering through there, because that's a prime source. Because it's a well where the water's down bottom, and in that metal well, there's also holes drilled in the side so that the water comes in there, and then it gets pumped out. The water gets pumped out, but the gas can go through there as well. Gas can come through the cracks in foundation and the floor, or through the porous concrete floor, through the pipes, through well water, and it gets into the basement. What do most people do when they have basements? They turn them into man caves or entertainment rooms or playrooms for the kids, right? And so what happens then? If you have central air conditioning or central heat, that will get spread then throughout the ventilation systems throughout the house. When's the last time that you opened up a window in your basement, or they painted shut? like on most people's, right? Here's an example of let's see, another coming in through sump pumps, okay? But when sump pumps have the cap over the well, you can have a pipe for the water that ejects the water, but then you have another pipe that goes to this is a radon remediation system. Basically, it allows the gas to escape outdoors. So when you test and you find that the home has high levels of radon, what you do is you could install a radon remediation system, which is basically a plastic PVC pipe. I'm going to show you some pictures. Oh, not that one. That's the one that we already had open. All right, but before we show you the actual live pictures, so some more drawings. Okay, so in this example here, in New Jersey, you know, we've got these different tiered areas. Where is that tiered area? That map I just want to pull up again. Okay, so we got this radon map. You guys can see that, right? So if you're in a tier 1 area, any new construction in New Jersey that's in a tier 1 area is required to have, for every 1,500 square foot of house, is required to have one radon remediation system installed. It's basically a PVC pipe that goes through the floor, and it goes up all the way through the vents out through the roof, and has a little piezo fan in there that creates a little negative pressure to help it escape. And this way it doesn't collect in the house. Because like water seeks the path of least resistance downward, radon gas seeks the path of least resistance upwards. So this, you see this? So if you put the pipe through the floor here with the fan in there, it'll vent out and go straight out of the house. And therefore it never collects in the house. All right, I got the same picture here a couple of times. I'm trying to find some right pictures here or there. We're gonna hit on them sooner or later. Okay, here's an example of a radon remediation system. It's basically a pipe. They drill a hole through your concrete floor, the concrete slab, right? And then they dig out an area underneath it so that you could have an area where the air will collect. And then they put this pipe through the floor, and then they seal that opening. They put sealant around the pipe. And then this pipe will drain out above ground level and out the side. See, this is an aftermarket one. You know, if it's new construction, it would usually vent out the roof. But so what they'll do is they'll vent it out the side of the house, and then you see there's an inline fan. This little container is actually the fan that creates that negative pressure. And then it coaxes the gas to collect in here, and then boom, goes outside, never collects in the house to begin with, okay? So it's an easy enough fix, but this fix will range anywhere from $700 to $3,000, okay? With an average probably about $1,500 to $1,700 bucks to have a radon remediation system installed, depending on the level of, depending on its level. And here's just a better cutaway now of the different ways that it can collect and come in the house. You see this one, how it vents straight out the roof? In the attic there, it's got the fan, creates that negative pressure, and that vent pipe, that roof vent pipe. I mean, it looks like it could be a vent pipe coming from the bathroom, but this one is actually, I mean, if you're just looking at the roof, they all look the same, those vent pipes sticking out of the roof. But this one is coming straight directly from the floor, straight out, and vents out the roof. For every 1,500 square foot of house, the law requires new construction to have one of those for every 1,500 square feet if the house is in a tier 1 radon area. Let's see what the other pictures are that I have here. Okay. Radon causes lung cancer. See what else I have pertaining to radon. We're almost done with those radon links. This takes you back to that. Okay, so I basically got all that stuff in here. But I want to show you a radon video. Hopefully I have it here. All right, well, let me take a look in the links folder, or actually on the slideshow. I know I have a video somewhere. Hopefully it'll be in the slideshow. Okay, oh, actually this link is not a bad link too, pertaining to radon, some of the basics. It's extremely dangerous for people who are already high risk, those who smoke, smokers. So if we look at the next slide, I actually broke that down and zoomed in on it. And that information that's right here on this web page, this chart, I actually put it here on the slide. So what are the risks of you getting cancer if you smoke and you have radon in the house, depending on the levels of radon that are in the house? Well, look at this. Odds for non-smokers to develop lung cancer and odds for smokers. it greatly increases for smokers. Okay, if you've got this, not even 4 picocuries, this is less than half a picocurie, you have a 1 in 260 odds of getting lung cancer. If you're at 4 picocuries, 1 in 26 is your chance of getting lung cancer if you smoke and live in a house with 4 picocuries of radon. Now, this is an extremely high level. All right. Here's some more information I have in this slide pertaining to radon cancer risks. I even put a phone number here. Now, I don't know if this applies to everywhere in New Jersey. I found this. This is somewhere in the southern part of New Jersey. I forget what county this was, where you could get a free radon test kit from the state of New Jersey. But I'm not sure if this is for that county or just public health department in New Jersey. Anywhere, you call this number, see if you can get a radon test kit for free. Okay? You're welcome. By the way, when do you need to test for radon? Only if you have a basement or a crawl space in the house, because that's where it would build up. If you don't have a basement or a crawl space, your house is on a concrete slab, every time you open and close the front door, you're ventilating the house, and that's how you cure radon, proper ventilation. So, radon remediation, well, the only way to do that is to equalize it and to get the gas out of the house. Oh, that's something else. Okay, so let me look through the notes. There's that video. I got a great video pertaining to radon. Just got to find the damn thing. Let me look up radon in the notes. Radon. I know I got another folder that I have some of these links in, but let's see if I have it here. All right, let me check my other folder that I have a bunch of links in. There's a great video that I like to share with you guys about how to test for this radon, unless I already downloaded. That may be a possibility too. So let me just go through these things really quick, see if I have that information. Radon, environmental hazards, radon. By the way, you could go to Home Depot or Lowe's and get a radon test kit. It's cheap. It costs like under 10 bucks, I think. However, the laboratory testing will cost you, I think, 75. All right. And this is an option. It's not standard in home inspections. However, I recommend it always to people who are buying a home that has a basement or a crawl space. I would always recommend that they get the that radon test done. Here's a photo of another house, how radon enters the home all the different ways. This actually is a good cutaway. Should add that to our slideshow.
So normally when they do the radon test, they do it in the basements, not inside the house?
No, it'll always be in the basement or crawl space, because where does it come from? Deep within the earth. So that's where it would be concentrated the most.
Okay.
And basically, when these test kits are done, when these tests are being done, it often looks like a can of shoe polish that they put somewhere in the basement. They open it up, they sit it somewhere on a table or shelf in an open area. They tell you not to open the basement doors or windows. Don't open the doors or windows to the basement, but if you're going down to the basement, don't open that door excessively. You don't want to ventilate the basement when you're trying to get a test kit done. See, this is a 2 to 4 day short-term test kit. On average, it's 3 days. It's a 3-day test kit. You leave it in there for 3 days. If you leave it in for longer terms, thinking you're going to get better test results, you're actually going to get false results. You start getting false positives, and the results are wrong. Overexposure does not give you a better test. Okay, and then it gets sent out to the laboratory. Okay, check this out. Radon gas exposure causes thousands of cancer deaths every year. Compared to fires, drownings, home falls, drunk driving, radon gas surpasses them all annually with the deaths. Interesting, huh? Seen that on the back of the package of that radon test kit. All right, so obviously I don't have the video in that folder. I really want to show you guys this video though. It's really good educational video.
Can you go back to that screen with the fire and radon chart?
Sure. I'll throw that up while I look for the video for you. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm just still looking for that video, so just hang tight. I believe, I'm not sure if I downloaded this link or not, but I really do want to show it to you. It's from a news that has an inspector actually going over, giving you examples of the test kit and measurements and how it comes about. Guy gives great explanations on it. I could have sworn I had it already saved. I got so much information, I even get lost in it here. Try to provide to you guys, you know. It is possible I just got that link lost too in with everything else. So let me see, radon. Find. All right, so let's try doing a search for radon. So many videos pertaining to this stuff, but I'm looking for particular news that explains this. Anyway, so I'll try to find this and come back to it later. I don't want to waste any more time in the class for this. Let me just make a little note to it. So when we eventually go to lunch, we come back, I'll play it, the radon video. Should find it by then. I know I have it. So, but let's go back to the slideshow. Let me close this out. And go back to the slideshow talking about other hazards. Urea formaldehyde, UFFI, urea formaldehyde foam insulation. It's a spray foam insulation. It's an excellent insulator. It's an excellent insulator. The urea formaldehyde, if the chemicals are not mixed properly, what happens is the gases as it dries and hardens, gases get trapped in there. You'll get a stinky house, first of all, depending on how bad the mix of the chemicals are for getting the spray foam to expand. You guys ever see that? The spray foam that you could put to fill gaps and it foam expands, all right? Well, if it doesn't have a right mix of chemicals, there is formaldehyde in there, and some of those chemicals can have awful smells to them. And if not put right and they spray it in the house, your house can have that smell trapped in it and these chemicals you breathe in. Now, in 1982, the Consumer Product Safety Commission banned its use when they found that it causes cancer in animals. However, that ban was later reduced to only a warning. Now, even though it's known to cause cancer in animals, its effect on human is inconclusive because they can't test it on humans. So that ban was later only reduced to a warning label on the packaging. But the consumer is not going to see that at the end of the day because the person who's spraying that foam insulation, they're not leaving those labels around. They're spraying that foam insulation in your house when doing that construction for you. So if we go to that, UFFI, we have a couple pictures that we could share with you what that looks like. So you see this guy here, he's got his Nomex suits on with his respirators. He's spraying that foam insulation between, the framing here in the walls. And then sheetrock will go over that later. So he's got to be careful as he's spraying it. He doesn't spray too much because that spray foam can expand. And I've seen some awful jobs where people put too much of that in. I don't know if you guys ever got those little cans of it from Home Depot or whatever. You tried using that stuff. You spray too much, that stuff really expands. Like this guy did a bad job. You see this one? He sprayed too much. It expanded well beyond where all of these framing is. And so now this will have to be chipped away in order to get the sheetrock over it. So he's looking at this job all dumbfounded, like, how the hell am I going to get rid of this and fix this? Because this is going to be a pain in the neck. You guys ever used this stuff before? Anybody ever use this? That spray foam insulation from a can?
Yes.
Okay. That stuff, when it hardens, it's hard to predict how far it's going to expand, right? And then when it does, isn't that a mother to try to remove? You really got to chip at it and cut away and pick at it. It's hard. But that makes it an excellent insulator, because it fills all those little nooks and crannies, But that's the downside to it as well. And if the mix of chemicals is wrong, then it can, I don't want to say it causes cancer in humans, but it does cause cancer in animals. You take a leap from there whether you think that it's safe for us. All right.
So is that one better than the regular insulation?
Well, yeah, it's better in that it has a higher R value, a higher insulation value. It does a better job of insulating. It's denser. It's a denser insulation. It fills all the little nooks and crannies to prevent the drafts from coming through. So in those regards, it's excellent. However, if they don't have the right mix of chemicals in there, those gases get trapped and they can leak out over time. Or if they do a real bad job, you could smell it right away, and that smell doesn't go away, then I would be worried, But if that smell goes away, I wouldn't worry about it. If the smell stays there, I would worry, because it does cause cancer in animals. okay? So I would guess that if it causes cancer in animals, that it's going to cause cancer in us, you know? So they just basically had a good lobbying group, and they're able to overturn that ban to just a warning. Now, mold is another issue. Mold, let's highlight in the book on the second paragraph on page 137. Mold requires 3 elements in order to begin growing and to multiply. One is a food source of organic matter, the organic materials that it uses to live off of, like the wood, cloth, construction materials in general that mold will grow on. Moderate temperature conditions. Mold likes the same temperatures that we find comfortable, but mold will not grow in direct sunlight, nor will it grow in the freezing cold. It likes those moderate temperature conditions. So how can we prevent the mold from growing? Well, the third element is moisture. It requires a source of moisture. So moisture can enter the home through water intrusion to the home, through humidity, depending on where you're at, you know, what your conditions are. Water penetration in the basement when you're in a flood zone with the high water tables. Clogged gutters that backflow behind the walls can cause mold growing behind the walls. Broken or leaky pipes, sewer backups. I'm going to add something to there. Poor ephes stucco insulation if you have a bad or poor ephes stucco insulation job, your bad ephes stucco insulation job, it can trap moisture. Behind the walls and in the framing, it could cause mold to grow, and that can cause problems. Did I played that video for you guys already, didn't I? In an earlier chapter, I'm not sure. For the ephes stucco. If not, it'll be coming up again. Let me see. But inspection, let's see. So for mold, we could have a lot of issues like you want to make sure that water does not collect in the basement. You want to make sure that there's an angle. It'd be helpful if you could see what I'm talking about. You want to make sure that there's an angle, that your downspouts from your gutters have this lead away from the house, that are putting at least 3 feet away from the house. It's not a bad idea to have like this rubber or plastic that next to it, and then you cover it with your rock or what have you. And you have it at a bit of an angle like this so that it can lead the water away from the house so it doesn't just sink into the ground next to your foundation. Because then you can start getting mold growing on your walls or experiencing moisture. Okay, if you find that that angle is angled towards your house and not away from it, like you see here in this photo, then that could be a cause for moisture collection in your basement. Also in flood zones and such like that. See some other photos here. Here's some examples of some of that black mold. You get the black, gray molds, etc. So there are many variants of mold, and they can be very toxic. Some of them can be deadly. All right, people who have never had allergies before, all of a sudden they get allergies, emphysema, breathing issues. It could be caused by mold spores multiplying throughout the house. Okay, mold can be a dangerous issue, especially when you see black mold. Then you need to remediate that problem, and not just by removing the mold, but by finding out where that mold came from. Perhaps the mold came about because of clogged gutters. You get clogged gutters, the water, look at that. So you got, clogged gutters like this. Get a gutter helmet, something to cover them gutters up so that they're working efficiently. You don't want that water collecting. If you go in your basement, you look at the ceiling in the basement. If it's not finished, then you see the wood, you see anything blackness like this, you may have an issue. May have water penetration. The roofs, here's an example of a flat roof that's clogged up area that could cause the water to sit. Clogged gutters like this with leaves and other debris can cause the gutters not to be performing. That's why you got to clean your gutters periodically, or it's not a bad idea just to get a gutter helmet type deal, which prevents, it's a filter that goes over there that would prevent the gutters from collecting any of the garbage, and so the water just works and drops within the gutter like this, some kind of a cover. You see this like a mesh cover here, it prevents the garbage from getting in them. All right, but there's a lot of different patents and different designs for that. Because if the rain doesn't just run off the roof and into the gutters, if the gutters are overflowing and clogged, the water will run backwards and towards the house and start collecting inside the house. And then you start getting the mold on the sheetrock, and rot of the construction materials takes place. So mold can be serious. You don't address just the mold. You have to address where it's coming from. Here's some mold on the external of the building. If you see this on the exterior, by the way, this right here is stucco, okay? And if you're seeing mold on the external stucco like that, if it's sitting there, I would be worried that this is ephes stucco and it's got this mold growing from inside the wall coming out. As you can see from this image, there's a lot of different kinds of household molds that they can be dangerous. We got the green, brown, gray, and black. They got the powdery appearance to them. Okay, these ones grow on food, dead plants, wood, insulation, etc. They're in damp areas. They can cause allergies, emphysema, etc. Weakness. Here's other types of variants of mold, and see. Let's just look at some of the things that they could do. Okay. Irritate the stomach, coughing, eye irritation. This type of mold, respiratory issues, asthma, hay fever. This type of mold can cause cancer, headaches, asthma, dizziness, joint pain. This kind of mold can create respiratory problems, headaches, and coughing. Okay?
I have a question.
Yeah.
When you see like this white foamy on the basement in a closet, does that mean that it's this bacteria?
Well, it's just another type of mold. Look here, that's this one, white. This one could be white in appearance, can cause infections in people with weak immune systems, produces a carcinogen, so that one could be dangerous as well. But then again, look, this one could be white as well. Irritates the stomach, congestion, coughing, and eye irritation. So not as dangerous, but still, this one's penicillium. Comes from penicillin.
How do you treat those? How do you treat those?
Well, this
How
one you
can
actually
you
make
tell?
penicillin from too.
What's
But
that?
this mold you actually make penicillin from.
Wow.
But the mold itself can be dangerous to you.
How do you treat it? Like, how do you know if it's that mold?
Well, you could testing. But you could kill it, and you could mold comes from 3 elements, right? It needs 3 elements to take hold and grow. What are they? Food source of organic matter, moderate temperature conditions, and moisture. Get rid of the moisture, you get rid of the mold. Okay. The other 2 we can't really get rid of, but the moisture part we can. Okay. Put a dehumidifier in the basement. First, kill the mold that you have. There's non-toxic mold killers that are out there for mold control. but you could also just take some bleach, dilute it in water, and in a well-ventilated area, you could clean that mold, and that will kill the bleachy water solution, will kill the mold. However, that does not, that mold will eventually come back if you don't treat the issue of the moisture where it's coming from, okay? It could be, like I said, the pitching of the grading, grade the house away from the dirt, away from the house. Make sure that your gutters have those spouts that lead away from the house so it's not collecting in the basement. Sometimes if you're in a flood zone, you got a high water table, there's not much you could do with that. Have sump pumps installed, put in French drains. You try to mitigate the issue as much as possible. Okay. Let's see what else I have here pertaining to mold.
So what if they're just like in a certain areas, like by the water meter or?
Well, those are the areas that you're getting water intrusion in. You know, so you gotta, those are the areas that need to be treated. You need to find out where the water's getting in, or if it's just sitting on the external of the house, but the mold's growing through the wall. So it's not a bad idea to get some experts in there to come take a look. Some waterproofing companies for basements, perhaps they could tell you, but waterproofing in basements can be expensive too. So make sure that you get a good, some good reviews or good experts to come in there and give you that good advice. All right. We're going to be also going over well water shortly. I got a video for that.
Who do you call for like someone that you would want call water basement?
A basement waterproofing companies.
Oh, okay.
You know,
All right, thank you.
you're welcome. All right, so those different radon remediation system stuff. All right. The next one, carbon monoxide or CO, is another hazardous material. Carbon monoxide is a byproduct from, it's an invisible, odorless, tasteless gas. It comes from unfully burnt carbon fuels. Basically, everything on this planet is carbon-based, so anything that burns has a side effect. If it's not fully burnt, which most things don't fully burn, is carbon monoxide. They call it the silent killer because it's odorless, tasteless gas that will kill you. You eventually get sleepy, tired, you fall asleep, and you never wake up, okay? This is why state law requires every house to have at least one working CO detector installed. Many municipalities may require more, and often with battery backups. So state law requires buildings with 3 or more units to have at least one working CO detector installed, but your municipality, I'm sure, requires your single unit to have them as well. And often they require them, even if they're hardwired, they require battery backups on them in case the power goes out. People die every year because of a simple carbon monoxide detector. You know, the battery's beeping. What do most people do when the battery starts beeping? Instead of replacing the battery like they should, they end up pulling the battery out. What are you doing? The beeping says, I'm still working, replace me. I'm still working, replace me. I'm annoying because I want you to replace me. But look at this. These things happen every year, okay?
It's going to be a nice family outing.
All right, so in this case, you have a...
I'll see. I have to look at the dates. This way, Joe. Why?
All right, so in this case, you actually have, I had to mute that, 9-year-old dead and a 10-year-old hospitalized. This was actually in my town in Linden. There was some work that was done on the furnace before winter. The landlord was doing. The people that did the work on the furnace, well, apparently the exhaust to the chimney dislodged a little bit somehow, and some gas was leaking out. If they had a working carbon monoxide detector, this would have never happened. So it was a preventable death. So this woman found her children when she went to wake them up, found her children not responsive, called 911. The son was found, the son was reported dead, and the daughter was in a coma. I'm not sure what, if she ever got out of it or what happened with that, but okay. Here's another case where this radio announcer from 1015, this radio station, he made an impassioned plea to the station audience in October to check their CO detectors because he had this problem where his 3-week-old son, well, he didn't lose his life, but he could have lost his life. They had very high rate carbon monoxide detectors. They had to rush the toddler to the hospital of their newborn baby, and this happened shortly after that. And it's amazing because when this lady who lost her one child, and then the other one was in a medical-induced coma, I believe, from the carbon monoxide exposure. How do you cure carbon monoxide exposure? Well, oxygen. Get out to fresh air. Get away from that high carbon monoxide exposure. But if you get real high exposure, you may need oxygen introduced to your system to get your levels back up to normal. Okay. The interesting thing about this case is the week before, this radio announcer was telling people, check your batteries. He was also, and then this particular lady on her side of town over here, the city, along with the Red Cross, was knocking on doors, door to door, giving people batteries for their carbon monoxide detectors. And for some reason, she did not get the batteries or did not install it. See, here's that case. Remember I showed you before about that red thing that's dangerous, do not enter this building. This is that one case with that carbon monoxide detector where they slapped that sticker on the door because they had that high levels of carbon monoxide. That radio announcer, here's the story with him. The carbon monoxide detector saved him and his wife's and his baby's life because it went off. This was they had a faulty furnace. And look, if you got a gas dryer in your house, is it venting out of the house? It should be, because that gas dryer, it's producing heat. Carbon monoxide is the byproduct of that gas dryer that has heat burning. You know that smells not too bad, but it should not be introduced in the house at all. It should be gone out of the house. So here's the little story on this one through the news.
Linden fire officials inspecting the home where a 9-year-old boy died and his 10-year-old sister was critically injured. Investigators believe a basement furnace malfunctioned, flooding the home with carbon monoxide, an odorless,
Sorry about that.
colorless, and deadly gas. The alarm on the carbon monoxide detector should have gone off, but the batteries were dead.
It's a horrible tragedy. A lot of people don't know the problems with carbon monoxide.
Just 2 weeks ago, Linden firefighters and the Red Cross went door to door here on Passaic Avenue in Linden. Volunteers offered free batteries or new detectors. The firefighters say it appears the mother here never called to claim hers.
She's a very good mother, very good mother.
Arlene Carolina lives across the street. She used to babysit for the 9 and 10-year-old children when their mother went to work as a nurse. Carolina could barely speak when she learned the boy had died.
So the brother had passed away. So.
Investigators say the brother and sister were sleeping in a bedroom directly above the basement furnace that was spewing the toxic gas. Their mother called 911 and tried doing CPR to save her children. For her son, it was too late. He was in 3rd grade at School 4 in Linden. The superintendent said there will be grief counselors all week.
Okay, so that's a tragedy that could have been avoided. You know, they were, I mean, it's a shame, especially since the day before they were giving out, or the week before, the fire department and Red Cross were giving out free carbon monoxide detectors and batteries for people that needed them. And for whatever reason, she didn't have it. And as an end result, you know, it doesn't take much to check the batteries, guys. The thing is, you will never know. This is simple. It's odorless and tasteless. You won't know. And it could end up
Kills you quickly too.
Yeah. Well, you know, it puts you to sleep, you know. Look, here's another case. Mother and toddler die of carbon monoxide poisoning in the car while trying to stay warm, while the husband was shoveling the car out. You guys remember this? I mean, we got these stories every year. All of these apparently happened in 2016, but here's a case where you had the mother and the child, the toddler, were in the car while it was running to warming up, while the husband was digging the car out, shoveling it out. Well, the tailpipe was covered up with the snow still. The carbon monoxide got into the car. They fell asleep. The husband didn't notice it till after the car was dug out, went in there. They were already dead.
Wow.
Both of them, you know. Odorless, tasteless gas can kill you. Okay, so it's not a joke. People die of it every year, and it's a shame because it's avoidable.
Get a carbon monoxide detector.
There you go. Make sure the damn batteries work too. Don't pull them out when it's beeping. You know, that's laziness. Okay, get a step ladder, get up there, replace those batteries. Okay, and depending on how old that detector is, you may want to throw it away and get a new one. Because the sensors in those detectors, they get covered with films, especially if you're smokers in the house. Those like smoke films that get on the windows in cars and such, well, that gets on those detectors too, and it makes them less effective. So you should actually change those detectors periodically. They got them that are meant for 10, 20 years, but probably the diodes in them will go dead, will go bad before the batteries do. These days we've got batteries now that you could get these 10, 15-year batteries. So there really is no excuse for not having these the protection there. All right. Now, so highlight carbon monoxide, CO, is a colorless, odorless, tasteless gas as a byproduct of burning fuels. Okay. No disclosure is required for any of these, but you need to get, anytime we change occupancy with sale of a house or rental of a house, you got to get that CO fire inspection done. And that's part of the inspection to make sure they test the detectors, the fire smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, to make sure that that stuff is working. All right. EMFs, electromagnetic fields, is another hazard that comes from high tension power lines. You know, does it cause cancer? Does it harm you? Would you want to live under high tension power lines? There are people that live under them. You know, I'm not talking about telephone poles with the power lines on them. I'm talking about those ones like that are on a side of Route 1 and 9, you know, the high tension power lines, those real tall ones that if you're underneath them, you could probably even hear them buzzing. Okay, that's a lot of juice going through them. So those EMFs, those electromagnetic fields, some people may consider living under them, others may not.
Does it lose value a house if it's under that, or it stays the same?
Well, definitely desirability. Does it affect the value? Yes, it does a little bit. The appraisers will affect the value a bit. I'll pull up a chart. I'll actually look that up and make a note of that too. I'll show you. There's a class from an appraisal group called Ottawa, OTTEAU.com, and they actually supply they're a group of appraisers that have classes for real estate agents showing them how to value properties. They do a great job. I prefer them over any broker teaching it to you. And they supply you with other supplemental information. And some of those things are like what affects the values of properties and how much. Does having a swimming pool make your house worth more? What about solar panels? What about living under high tension power lines or a busy road versus a dead end street versus, how do these things affect value and how much? When you're trying to appraise it or when appraisers are trying to appraise it and you're giving a pricing analysis, how does that affect? Well, these classes are pretty good. They actually show you how to determine how to price it and how much that would affect the value by. So those charts from they give you charts for that, a little chart for that, and it's pretty interesting. I'm going to try to find it. I got a copy of my emails. I'll download it and I'll put it up, make that available for you guys as well. But you should sign up for their classes. They're cheap. They're under $100. They're definitely worth it. I try to take it as often as possible, at least once a year. All right. Groundwater contamination. That's a real thing as well. Water is a precious resource. We all need it to survive. And there are contaminants in the ground, especially since we live in a garden state. We live in an old state, but we also had a lot of manufacturing here. We had the manufacturing. We were part of that manufacturing revolution, right? So New Jersey has something called the Private Well Testing Act, that if your primary source of drinking water, which they refer to as potable or potable, however you want to pronounce that, comes from a private well on site or in some cases an off-site well, the law requires, the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act requires that the well water be tested by the owner, and both parties have to sign off that they received a copy of the test results. Otherwise, the contract will not be legally binding. And this is both for sale as well as rentals, where the primary source of water comes from a well. So on page 140, under groundwater contamination, the last paragraph highlights everything except for the last two sentences. Highlight New Jersey Private Well Testing Act applies to every contract of sale where the source of potable water from a on-site private well or under certain conditions an off-site well, it mandates testing of the water in accordance with the act. And closing may not take place unless both the buyer and seller certify in writing that they received and reviewed a copy of the test results. And then they give you some links here for some resources. I got them here too. The groundwater contaminants. There could be many. Some of them are natural. They're not just man-made. Man-made is not answer to everything. Man does not cause all the contamination in Earth. Okay, a lot of people complain about oil. We contaminate the Earth with oil. Well, where did the oil come from, right? Anyway, look, there's a lot of contaminants that could be in water. Everything from microorganisms that can come from sewage and human and animal waste to which they could cause, bacteria, viruses, parasites. They could cause problems to our health. Nitrates, these things are common in fertilizers, human sewage, and animal waste once again. These things can cause medical issues for us and our kids. Heavy metals can kill you, and they could also cause developmental issues. That's why we got lead paint disclosure for paint on the walls. Why is that? Well, because when those paints start chipping away and cracking away, little kids, they pick at it and they eat that stuff, right? Little kids put anything in their mouths. Look, I didn't go over the links for some of those pictures. Do I have any pictures of that? I usually pull up some pictures. So let's pull up some lead paint. Okay. Now, this is for water. Let me pull up the lead. All right, so on lead, let's pull up some images of lead paints. Here we go. If you see paint chipping and cracking and peeling off like this, it's lead. That's lead based. All right. They have easy test kits to test. I mean, you could see it by looking at it. You could have a pretty good idea that it's lead-based paint. However, you cannot determine conclusively that it is. But you can get a test kit like this. It's a marker that you draw. You draw a line with it on the wood over the paint, and the color will change, and it'll tell you right away if it's lead, if there's any lead in it. Okay. It doesn't tell you how much lead. It just tells you if there's any lead present in there. Okay. Now kids, you know, they like to look out the windowsills, and the paint chips over here on the windowsills, and they pick at this with their little fingers, and they put everything in their mouths. Well, we already learned that it can cause serious developmental and mental issues and other health issues, and the nervous system and their brains don't develop properly. It could cause some serious conditions in children, especially if they eat it, if they ingest it. So we really want to avoid that. Okay. So this is the way that lead looks. And you know that you cannot get financing. You cannot get financing for a loan to buy a house if using FHA, the Federal Housing Administration's low down payment loan programs. If there is any lead that is chipping or peeling like this on the internal or exterior of the house, you will not get an FHA loan to buy that house if it has paint peeling on there. Okay, because they're looking out for the consumer. The reason why people get FHA loans is because they don't have a lot of money to put down when buying a house. So if you don't got a lot of money to put down in buying a house, they assume you don't got a lot of money to do repairs on it either. So they want to make sure that the house is in moving condition already, or at least to a certain to a certain point, so that the paint's not peeling and chipping off. The steps aren't loose or cracked or wobbly. If you got a dishwasher, they want to make sure it's not leaking. Here's just another one of those test kits. You see, it turns red. Okay, so that's lead.
How many times can you use a FHA loan?
It's not just for first-time home buyers. It's for anybody. You could use it as many times as you like, but you could only have one outstanding FHA loan at a time, because it's not for investors. It's for owner occupants only. Okay, we'll be going over those, but they want to make sure that the house is in certain repair, and it's not in disrepair. It's in livable shape. Okay, so let's see some of the contaminants here for the well water. I'll continue going over this. We actually had that open still. Heavy metals, organic materials, radionuclides that can come from everything from uranium that's natural in the earth, milling, coal mining, nuclear power production, a lot of things. Fluorides could be present. Hell, we put them in water. City water fluoride gets added. Fluoride, our bones, we need fluoride. Okay, so certain chemicals that we need, that we have natural deficiencies in the past, we've had serious health issues widespread. So the government even they add fluoride as one example to water in some areas. Now, in low dosages though. If you have too much exposure to fluoride, you ever see somebody with like a white stain on their tooth? That means they had too much fluoride. You know, that's why dentists don't like to clean your teeth too much with that stuff too, because too much exposure can actually damage your teeth as well. It could damage the enamel, may cause dental fluorescence. You know, it could cause a lot of issues. Okay, you need it to a certain extent. All right, now I have other links here pertaining to the well water from the slideshow. Arsenic is another thing, and arsenic, it's not necessarily man-made. This comes natural as well. And look, here in New Jersey, especially if you're in the western part of the state, you could get that exposure to it. You seem like you're out in a beautiful country, beautiful area. Look, particular areas within New Jersey, like take a look at this picture over here in Hunterdon County. They have a lot of private wells. You really need to test the well water in that area because it's part of natural geological formations that have arsenic coming out of the rock. We got a couple of videos here that explain some of that. Hold on, I think I cherry-picked one of them maybe in this in these links in the slideshow. Let me go through them one by one. I'm pulling them up for you guys to see. Oh, maybe I'm not. Sorry, you guys can see the browser window now?
Yep.
Okay. I pulled this up. I'm talking to you. Okay, so here's another website that for New Jersey, and I wanted to show you this pertaining to the arsenic. You know, there's a little thing here. It shows you arsenic can be in rock and in soil. It enters the groundwater, comes into private wells. You use it for drinking, eating. It can cause bad outcomes with pregnant women, low IQ in children and other people that get affected by it. It can cause cancer and all kinds of other growths and other kinds of health issues that may lead to even more serious health issues that are related. Hunterdon County, that northwestern part of the state, nice, beautiful country. Some of it's some rich areas. You figure that, you know, you can't see it, smell it, taste it, okay? But if it's in the water, it can cause damage. So they give you some different ways here to switch the bottled water if you have it, or install arsenic water treatment systems, basically filtration systems to get it out of the water, and test it, regular testing, okay? If you're living in those certain areas, like in Hunterdon County, that would be important to do. They do have some videos here for us. Let's see. Oh, but let's see. The Private Well Testing Act actually does this. Private Well Testing Act has been a legal part of New Jersey real estate since 2002, and it requires minimum testing requirement of drinking water where it comes from a private well. Now, New Jersey, we have a disclosure for the private well that we should use anytime somebody is in the sales and leases, anytime that the primary source of water comes from drinking water, comes from a private well. And the state does allow income tax deductions of up to $500 for homeowners to test their well water once every 5 years, or at least once every 5 years. And this was pushed for by the New Jersey Realtors Association. So we as real estate agents, we have our own PAC, a political action committee, where we reach out to politicians trying to get them to push forward laws like this and legislation that are good for homeowners and renters. We do everything about real estate because we're about real estate, right? So we're a special interest group of sorts, and we basically bribe those politicians legally to vote in our way in exchange for support from us, right? And this is one of the good things that the New Jersey Association of Realtors has been able to get out of legislation. Homeowners can get some tax deductions for testing their own well water so that they can have some healthy water if the state's not going to be doing it, right? Let me pull up these are just a bunch of resources. I'm just looking through all the links that I have here on the slideshow. Let me go back to that arsenic in the water area. All right, so testing your well water. I'm not sure. They got a couple of videos here down at the bottom, so we're going to try to go through one of them that explains it pretty good. I'm just trying to find it here, which is the one I like to show to you guys. Arsenic awareness for adults, testing your water, and water treatment options. Okay, I think, let me take a look at the video, a couple seconds of it. I'll tell you if that's the one that I wanted to show you or not.
Traits and bacteria. Bottle filter companies will let you collect your own water exceeded.
All right, now that gets into more of the details of it. I think this is the video that I want to show you guys about it.
In many areas of New Jersey, there are naturally high arsenic levels found in the groundwater. The state of New Jersey only requires you to test for arsenic when you are selling a home with a well, but emphasizes the importance of checking your well on a yearly basis, especially if you live in central or northern New Jersey. In this introductory video, we explore the county of Hunterdon and how its citizens feel about their water and the steps they have taken to make sure their water is arsenic-free.
I was approached by my neighbor who said, you know, we have high arsenic in our water. Maybe you want to get your water tested. And I thought it was kind of unusual because, as you can see, we live out in a rural area and there's no industry or anything that I would have suspected that we would have a contaminant in our well water. But as it turned out, after Steve had done the test, it was high in ours as well.
We pride ourselves in our well water.
By the way, can you guys hear this fine? Is the volume level good?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
I almost cannot drink any other water.
I do feel that people are not educated about it. People should knock door to door and tell these people what's going on. That's scary.
Do you think that we do have a problem in Huntington County? Hunterdon is part of what's known as the Piedmont province. This is a geological formation of rock that cuts across New Jersey, and Hunterdon is within the Piedmont region, and arsenic is a naturally occurring element that's in shale. We actually have data from 2002 through 2008 that shows for Hunterdon County private wells, 18% of those test results exceeded the arsenic standard. People that have private wells are pretty much on their own, and if they want to have their well water periodically tested, they've got to take that action themselves.
With chronic low-dose arsenic exposure, it's insidious because it's tasteless. There are no overt symptoms. In some cases, people go on to develop skin lesions, which are obvious. But what we are learning is that this long-term chronic exposure, people that can be completely asymptomatic visibly and yet have ongoing disease, internal organ disease, cardiovascular disease, lung disease, neurologic disease, that they would not necessarily attribute to something in drinking water.
We decided that we wanted to have it removed, of course, because we just didn't want it in the water. I mean, I had little children at the time, and it was scary to me that we had arsenic in the water and that they'd been drinking it.
We've certainly learned that children are not just small adults. They're rapidly growing, and there are processes involved in growth that lend themselves to be impaired.
The best thing to do, what any homeowner should do, no matter what, is have their water tested by an analytical lab at least once a year. Once you've had that water tested, bring it to someone that's experienced in water treatment and ask them what's the next step. There's a bunch of different technologies. Standard, what they call is a point of use filter or a full house filter. Now, on a point of use, it's mostly treating one faucet in your house, whereas whole house is treating the whole house water.
I have a point of entry system, which typically those go in basements. If you had a point of use, it would be maybe underneath the kitchen sink or other faucets that you had it.
You know, the state of New Jersey recommends a 2-tank system, whole house. That's their guidelines, and that's kind of the way I go. We do offer a single tank system that's a little less expensive for the budget-minded, but there again, you don't have the backup of when the arsenic starts coming through. So essentially what you have here is the two different models that we have for full house treatment. Basically, the real difference to them is your spare tank. This one is singular, this one is lead lag. And we call lead lag is basically this tank does all the work, and then once the arsenic starts being totally absorbed, it goes into the second tank.
I would say it's really important to get your water tested for arsenic. It's not something that you would know otherwise. You can't taste it or see it or smell it, but it's there, and it's something that can cause you harm over time. It can cause your children harm over time, and it's something that can be safely and easily remediated. So I would urge everyone that lives in Hunterdon County and even other counties where it's known that arsenic exists to have their water tested. It's really the right thing to do.
All right, so that's that. I just wanted to share that video with you. You know, there's a lot of dangers out there, and for well water, there's another contaminant. That's just another contaminant that could be found. It's not just man-made chemicals. It could be arsenic. It could be a variant of chemicals from the microorganisms, nitrates, heavy metals, organics, radionuclides, fluorides. All this stuff can be found in the water. Radionuclides could also include the radon, you know, that comes from the decomposing radioactive rock, uranium, deep within the earth, okay? I will find that video for you, and I'll show it to you right after lunch. During lunch, I dug up a couple things about the radon, a couple more of those images as well. So we had this one thing, another cutaway I got, okay, some of the images. This is actually a digital radon detector. Look, it'd help if you could see what I was showing you, wouldn't it? Okay, so this is what a digital radon detector looks like. But a lot of times when inspectors come by, they're not doing it with digital detectors. They're doing it a little more accurate. They're sending it out to the labs. They're testing with the canisters or the tubes, the tube tests. Okay, that would be like this one. This one's a tube test. It's not the canister type. I don't know if I got the picture of the back of it. No, I don't. Okay, that's something right on. Okay, here's actually we can get back to it. Okay, here's actually a picture of radon throughout the United States. I got everybody back with me?
Yep.
Okay, so here's a picture of radon throughout the United States. So by tier 1, 2, and 3. So as you can see, most of the United States, I mean, you got this big swooping area here. These are all tier 1 areas. Look at this, even the desert is got levels of radon. You know, looks like most of Texas and Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, these areas look like they're the lowest areas. Most of Hawaii, but not all of it. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry, Alaska. So it looks like a lot of the country has got the radon, but it doesn't mean that everywhere you go, you're gonna have levels. You could be in a house that the test shows up 0, but your next door neighbor is showing high levels of radon. This is why it's important to test, okay? Here is a radon remediation kit, complete with the fan, the built-in fan here, coming out of the sump pump. See, the sump pump is a way that if you're getting water in your basement, they dig a well, and they put a little, in that well, they stick a pump there, and that pump would then pump out the water out of the house, okay? So it doesn't collect in your basement floods. It's a way to keep your basement from flooding. These things should also have battery backups on them, so when the power goes out, that they continue working. But anyway, nonetheless, this next to it is a radon pipe. This is because the radon gas can come in through the water too, right? So that radon pipe will pull that gas out. You got the fan that will pull it out, the air. Now, if you see over here, you see this little tag? This is a radon test kit. This not test kit. It measures the fan to make sure that it's actually working, that there's suction there, that there's a little bit of negative pressure being created. It's just a simple water tube with some colored dye in it, and it got the pressure in the tank versus out of it, and it just makes sure that the pressure is a little bit lower. Pressure's lower inside this tube, then that shows that it is sucking air out. Okay, so all those images I just threw out there. Here's another one from in the basement. This is actually a pretty large radon pipe. These pipes are usually 4 inches. This one looks like it's a much larger, you know, the 3-inch pipe, 4-inch pipe. This one actually looks like it may be a 6-inch pipe or bigger here. So this must be a big basement that they got this radon pipe in here, and that's a pretty damn big fan system that they got connected to it. I don't like this over here, that flex tube though. That stuff comes off. You know that if you own a dryer. Right? All right. So there's a couple new images. Now I'm gonna show you. I downloaded the video. I found the video for you guys for this about radon, and I'm going to share that with you right now. I got it open right here, and let me play it.
When you're thinking about remodeling the kitchen, you may want to upgrade countertops, something like granite. But there may be something hiding inside the granite you don't know about. Here to explain is Stanley Liebert, Quality Assurance Director for CMT Laboratories. Good morning. Good to have you with us.
Thanks, Harry.
We've had this machine on here this morning making noise and everything else. Let's first go down here. Here's a piece of granite. What might be coming out of this granite?
Actually, that granite's been tested, and it puts out about 4 picocuries per liter, about the equivalent of radon gas.
Of radon gas. A lot of people have radon detectors in their homes. What is radon exactly?
It's a Class A carcinogen gas that we inhale. Causes lung cancer.
Okay, and so we found that this stuff is coming out of granite, like in your kitchen counters. I mean, some people have gone so far as to tear their kitchen counters out because of the concern. Is that justifiable, do you think?
In this case, 100 picocuries per liter of air in her kitchen. While the rest of the house is of radon gas.
Unbelievable. So this one has been tested, and let's go down here. I want to see, what is this little gizmo right here?
This instrument is a survey meter that we use to evaluate somebody's granite.
Right, and so this thing is on here now, and what's the number readout right there?
So right now reading around 1,100 counts per minute. We equate that to about 550 picocuries of radon gas or radiation.
And if you were, called in and somebody had this granite on their countertop in their kitchen, would you say dangerous?
The probability, we're looking at a problem here, and the granite would actually be removed. In the lower levels, we can usually improve it by exchanging air or install a system.
Just make sure that it's good air quality, I mean, in terms of distribution of air in the room, so it's not as dangerous, right?
Precisely. The objective is bring fresh air in, exchange it with the air that's in the kitchen.
Right. We've talked about this before, but I'm having a difficult time getting my head around the idea that the countertops in your home might literally be dangerous.
Well, in this case,
case, we're not only looking at the radon that's coming out of it, but to a woman that's recently pregnant, we're getting gamma radiation out of it that really has a direct impact on the fetus development. So it's a couple things. Most pregnant women may be very close to that countertop and look at damaging. And that's what happened with that granite right there.
This one. Think about it, because there's granite all over the place in modern kitchens. Sometimes you have a little breakfast nook. You sit there, you may sit there hours and hours and hours in a day. Is one color seem to be, in terms of the color range that's out there, what seems to be safer, what seems to be more dangerous?
We're seeing higher results in reds, pinks, purples. However, you got to test them all. There's a sample that we have here.
Okay, and so how does this work, very quickly?
This essentially is a test kit that the homeowner can buy.
Right.
Essentially install it, leave it for 3 to 4 days with a foil over it. Essentially, you close it back up.
Oh, there's like charcoal and stuff.
See what he's doing here? That's a very ingenious idea for testing your granite without having that digital meter. This is one of the standard test kits. I told you it looks like a can of shoe polish, and inside it actually has a carbon filter that catches whatever impurities are in the air and the gases in the air. And then they send that off to a laboratory, they cut it away, and then they test the carbon, because carbon would absorb any impurities. It's a carbon filter. And so what he does is he puts that on the counter, opens it, and puts a bowl over it. So then it's going to collect the air that's on the counter only, and it'll let you know if that granite on your countertop is actually releasing it. So that's actually a pretty simple and ingenious idea for how to do that. So if you wanted to test your granite countertops, a lot of times if you go and you got your granite from one of these low-cost resellers, you know, the budget granite reseller shops, well, a lot of times they get it from the higher end places that dump off their stuff that may have had levels of radon getting released from it.
Like that, you put the lid on, you send it to a lab like yours, and you can find out.
Precisely.
Wow, that's really something. Stanley Liebert, very interesting stuff. Do appreciate it.
All right. So that's a video I want to share with you. It was a pretty informative video. And you got to see how the meters work. They asked some questions about the colors of the granites and such. And the way that it's, you know, the dangers of it, and the way that it's remediated, though, is through them systems. I'm going to try to find some other videos as well to add to our slideshows in the future pertaining to the radon remediation, as well as asbestos hazards and stuff. All right, and for lead too. Or we just make our own. All right, so back to the slideshow. So we have the groundwater contamination we discussed, and we also introduced a video there about the arsenic and other contaminants that can be found in well water. So what's the purpose of the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act? What does it stipulate? What does it say? It says that anytime the primary source of potable water, the drinking water, comes from a private well, or in some cases an off-site well, that the well water must be tested, and all parties, buyer, the seller, as well as the buyer or renter, has to sign off that they've received a copy of the test results. Otherwise, that contract is not legally binding. Okay? Got it? Know that? Make a note of it? Good. You highlighted it in the book. All right, so public water, you know, it comes from reservoirs, it comes from water treatment plants, sometimes from the sewage treatment that gets recycled and purified and cleaned and then sent back out to the environment, to the ocean, to the reservoirs, to where have you, you know. Let the earth filter it a little bit more. And they clean it and they return it to earth, okay? But so these pumping stations would pump the water back to your house, give you water pressure. If you don't have a private well, you know, if you have a private well, you got your own pump. So the water may be coming from a reservoir, what have you, goes up to these water towers. This is also a reservoir, but that's not the same kind of reservoir I was talking about. This is a reserve, so that you have water pressure for the peak hours. So when you turn on the faucet in the morning, when everybody's busy and everybody's showering, the water pressure doesn't drop. That water pressure remains constant, so these pumps aren't continually working overtime to supply the water. Or if there's a fire and the fire trucks are blowing out that water like it's going out of style, so that the water pressure maintains for emergencies. We have these water tanks all over the place as well. USTs are underground storage tanks. And when no longer used, they have to be decommissioned properly. That means they have to be emptied and filled with an approved aggregate or removed from the ground, and the soil has to be tested to make sure that if whatever was being stored in those tanks, those USTs, those underground storage tanks, was some kind of dangerous material or liquid or dangerous to the environment, that it had not been leaked out, whatever its contents were. So EPA certified company, EPA usually allows state, local environmental agencies to oversee such things. So then the NJDEP could also certify and review the reports and companies to ensure that this is done properly. And then you get your tank certified if you're going to keep it in the ground, that it's not leaking, or removed. Other materials stored underground tanks, oil, propane, sewage, septic, that's the sewage, well water, gas, diesel, dry cleaning chemicals. There are thousands of chemicals that can be kept in underground storage tanks. You go to a gas station, right? They got diesel and gas there, but there's all kinds of chemicals for manufacturing, waste, all kinds of issues that can be kept underground in underground storage tanks. But if those underground storage tanks are no longer being used, they need to be decommissioned. So when you're buying a house, wouldn't you want to know if there's a oil tank in the ground that's whether or not it's being used anymore? If it's in the ground, yes, because you want to test to make sure it's not leaking if it's still in use. And if it's not in use, you want to make sure that it's empty and that it hasn't leaked, and you would like to get it decommissioned or removed. Otherwise, you may have a hard time getting insurance to insure the house. All right, CERCLA, the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act. CERCLA created something through Congress, created something called the Superfund. The Superfund amendment is a $9 billion fund, and it also has a Reauthorization Act, SARA, to replenish that Superfund. And this $9 billion is so that the EPA can respond to hazardous substances when released into the environment and take action to clean up those hazardous substances or force others who are responsible to. This was created in 1980. And this $9 billion isn't enough to clean up all the contaminated sites in New Jersey alone, let alone the entire country. All right. So it's administered, the fund, by the EPA, and they work together with local, the DEP, that's the state agency, the Department of Environmental Protection. Now, when a hazardous substance is released into the environment, there's contamination of some sort, the liability always falls on the landowner, because the landowner, it's their land, they're responsible for what goes on their property, even if they're not the cause of it. If someone else dumps on their property, it's still your property, you're responsible for maintaining your property. So a landowner's liable for the immediate cleanup, but others can be held responsible for the cleanup cost later if they're identified. All right. So on the right side of page 141, or on page 141, Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act, CERCLA. On the second sentence, or third sentence, I'm sorry, we're going to highlight the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, CERCLA, established a fund of $9 billion called the Superfund to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and to respond to spills. And then in the next paragraph, under liability, we're going to highlight that a landowner is liable under CERCLA, and we're going to underline the word landowner. So the landowner, or we're going to underline landowner is liable, but we're going to highlight the landowner is liable under CERCLA when the release or threat of release of a hazardous substance has occurred on their property, regardless of whether the contamination is a result of the landowner's actions, that of others, the landowner can be held liable. Now, you could just highlight up to there, but I'm going to continue reading this for you. The liability, including the cleanup of the landowner's property and possibly other neighboring properties, a landowner who is not responsible for a contamination may also seek recovery from the reimbursement for the cleanup cost from the previous landowners, any other responsible party, or the Superfund itself. However, if other parties are not available, even a landowner who didn't cause the problem, they could be solely responsible for the cleanup cost because it's their property. Now, once the EPA determines that a hazardous material has been released into the environment, it's authorized to begin its remedial action. First, it attempts to identify the PRPs, that's short for persons responsible, and if they agree to cooperate with the cleanup, they have to agree about how they're going to divvy up the cleanup costs. If they do not voluntarily undertake the cleanup, the EPA can hire its own contractors to do the work, and then they're going to bill them for it. And if the persons responsible refuse to pay, the EPA can seek damages in court up to 3 times the actual cost of the damages for the cleanup. Now, liability under the Superfund is considered to be strict, joint, several, and retroactive. What does this mean? These are legal terminologies. Strict liability means that the owner is responsible to the injured party without excuse. Joint and several liability means that each of the individual owners is personally responsible for the entire cleanup costs of the damages, even if only one of them can pay. So if only one of the owners is financially able to handle the total damages, that owner must pay the total and collect the proportionate shares from the other owners whenever, if ever, possible. Retroactive liability means that the liability is not limited to the current owner, but it also includes people who have owned the site in the past. Okay, so let's go to the whiteboard. And I have something I got a drawing pertaining to this that I'd like to show. Oh, whiteboard respond. Okay, here we go. Circular contamination, there we go. So when it comes to CERCLA and contaminated properties, the owner is responsible for any contamination on their property, but they can chase after other persons responsible to recover the cleanup costs. As in this drawing, what exactly are you seeing here? Well, here, let me show you what I actually drew. I'm gonna redraw it. Okay, so what's actually going on here is this. You have, let's just say that you have a hill, okay? You got a hill. And on the top of this hill, you got a factory, right? You got some sort of a business, a factory. And it's been leaking contaminants into the ground. We're gonna make those contaminants red, okay? Now, those contaminants over the years, they have been leaking downhill, right? And we have other properties down on this hill. We have property owner 1 who has a home over here, or home or a commercial property, doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. Another one over here, and another one down here. Okay. So we got property owners 1, 2, and 3 additional. Okay. So those contaminants continue to run down. Now that these contaminants are on landowner 1's property, you can see that right here, right? Here, I'm going to separate it by blue. Here's his property line, right? That's the property line, okay, for these property owners. Okay. So the contamination from the factory has run downhill, and it has run into property owner 1's property. Who's responsible for this cleanup right here?
The factory.
Topic 1.
Oh, well, no, actually it's the owner because it's on his property. However, he can
He could go after the person who caused it.
go
Correct.
after.
Yeah.
So landowner 1 is responsible for this cleanup because this contamination is on their property. But because the contamination came from someone else's property, he could go after the factory owner for the payment for the reimbursement of that, right? Now, over the years, it's leaked down into property owner 2. Who's responsible for this cleanup?
Same thing.
Property owner
Number 2.
Property owner 2. And who's responsible? Who can he go after to get reimbursement from?
Well, he can go
Landowner
after
1.
1 and
And
factory.
factory.
Correct. He could go after owner 1 for reimbursement because it seeped through his property. And then he could also go after the factory itself as well for reimbursement. But ultimately right now, who's responsible?
2.
Your property, you're responsible for what goes down on your property. Hopefully I made that clear.
Yeah.
Sometimes the drawing in real time is better than looking at it existing, you know? All right. So let's get back to the slide. So who administers that? It's the EPA and the DEP. Liability, we just went over. Now we have something called ISRA, the Industrial Site Recovery Act. This says basically any time that there's a commercial property, it deals with commercial and industrial properties. Let's read it on page 142. It says that the New Jersey Industrial Site Recovery Act, ISRA, provides for mandatory cleanup of industrial and some commercial sites when they're closed, sold, or otherwise change ownership. So anytime that happens, recognizing the necessity for preserving the ecological balance between the areas between the sea and the land, one of the most vital and productive areas of our natural world, highlight the New Jersey legislature enacted the Wetlands Act of 1970. And under this act, they're given the authority to the DEP to regulate certain activities in designated wetland areas as well. All right.
Wait, where is this? What paragraph?
Under ISRA, the Industrial Site Recovery Act, on the bottom of page 142, and the first paragraph there where you see it in bold, the Department of the Environmental Protection, DEP. You're highlighting the New Jersey legislature enacted the Wetlands Act of 1970. And under this act, the Department of Environmental Protection, DEP, regulates certain activities in those designated wetland areas. Now we got a little cross-reference here of page 312. So let's go to let's mark our page and go to temporarily to page 312 for a moment. On page 312, at the bottom of the page, it says New Jersey Environmental Regulations. And so it says developers and builders should consult a guide called Before You Buy, Before You Build, or Buy Bob is the acronym for that. And they have a website link here, and we're going to have it when we get to that chapter. And it just basically tells developers that depending on where they're building, they need to check what the regulations are, what kind of studies or reports or tests they need to do of the land itself and the environmental stuff they need to do before they could begin any construction project, any special permitting that they may need and who they need to get it from. That's that Buy Bob, Before You Buy, Before You Build thing. So you got a website link there. That's helpful. You may want to highlight that just for your own edification and contents for your websites. Now, highlighted in the following paragraph, you see it says the Highlands Water Protection Planning Act. 2 paragraphs, the 3rd paragraph down under New Jersey environmental regulations. Just highlight the Highlands Water Protection Act. In the next paragraph on page 313, we're going to highlight just the NJ Pinelands Protection Act. Okay, the following paragraph, just highlight the Wetlands Act. Now those are good enough, but there is also a CAFRA, the Coastal Area Facility Review Act, and the Waterfront Development Act as well. Now, all of these laws give the DEP the authority to regulate these areas. So who do you need to get permission from before you do any construction in the highlands, the pinelands, or the wetlands of the state?
The DEP.
The DEP, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. And what laws give them the authority to regulate the wetlands? The Wetlands Protection Act. What about the pinelands? The Pinelands Protection Act. And what about the highlands? The Highlands Protection Act. So we don't really need to study this stuff. It's kind of like simple, stupid. It defines itself. And that's the point I'm trying to make here. So if you were to get a question and ask you who regulates these areas, though, it's a DEP, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. And look, these environmental protection laws have gotten so out of control. I understand we want to preserve the earth and the environment and all that stuff, but the control, the power that's been given to some of these environmental agencies has gone straight to their head. In some cases, it's even got to the point of killing people, literally, with guns. We've seen a couple of years back, not too long ago, there was a case with farmers out west, on the west side of the country. It was in the national news a lot because it became a political issue, okay? There are farmers out there who have been using land for since before the United States became a country. And so their family's had that land and they've been using it as farmland. And look, even today, we know that they had for a long period of time throughout the years, they had that the process where if it's unused land, that the somebody who's using it can claim ownership of it, or at least use it for farmland, right? So what happened was we had these farmers that were using it. They claimed some of that land as their own, the rest of it as government-owned land, and they've had their animals grazing on that property for ages, you know? And so the EPA got some additional authority. And that authority that was granted to them, they started expanding their scope of the areas that they cover, which would not only include wetlands, but areas that are dry, that have not seen water for decades, but could or were intended for runoff or for water. they cover those areas as well. But in this case with the farmers, it had nothing to do with water. It had to do with a desert turtle that they claimed that the cattle were chasing them away or something like that. They were not killing them even, but they're an endangered species, and the cattle, what have you, their issue with them, some desert turtle. And the farmers, they said, this is our property. We've been using it for all this time. We're going to continue using it for our time. The EPA went out with federal agencies with their rifles, and they tried to use force to remove the family from the farmland and the grazing territory for their animals. It got into a showdown. They said, well, we got guns too, you know. And then one of the federal officers actually shot the father, whether it was on purpose, by mistake, I don't know. There was arguments going on, but nonetheless, the guy shouldn't have been shot. He got shot and killed. And then his sons were arrested and jailed. And they were in jail all the way up until when President Trump took office. He actually looked at the case and had it reviewed. And so it went through the court system still, and then it finally got dismissed through courts, not by the president, but through courts, that the EPA overstepped its boundaries. So they released the guy, and his family's allowed to graze on the property again. Only one problem: the father's dead now. Okay, so you see, even when you give some of these well-meaning agencies, they take it too far. You give them some power, it goes a little bit too far. Okay, and this is a perfect example of it. It was in the national media. I'm sure you guys have heard about this. You know, I'm not probably telling you anything that you don't know if you were paying attention to the news at all on these situations, what was going down. But that's some of the power that is given to people. In the I've had students in my class, and there was this one student in Piscataway. He has a property, and he's got a front porch that was getting eaten by termites, and it's a covered porch, you know. Let's draw a little picture here. Okay, this one looks blank. Let's use that one. It's blank. All right, so he had a covered porch on his in the front of his house. All right, so let's just say here's his house. Let's just say here's his house. Okay, and he's got that front porch on his house. That's his porch, and you know, he's got the pillars there, and he's got a roof on it. All right. And he's got his steps that go up to it, right? Now, this was all getting eaten away by termites and falling apart. Here, I'm going to put that in red. It was eaten away by termites. They're eating away the wood. It's starting to sag. It looks like the roof is about to cave in and collapse and fall over. So he went to get a permit. City said you could get a permit to rebuild it. However, you need to get permission from the DEP, okay? Or the EPA, but the DEP is the local, so you can get permission from them. Now, he went to go get permission from them. However, over here, there is a runoff in case of, there's a little gully set for water runoff. However, it hasn't seen water in decades. All right, but either way, it's a dry ditch. It's meant for runoff, falls within their jurisdiction. And they said, you are too close to the water source. Keep in mind, there is no water. So they said, no, you cannot build. And he said, wait a minute, I'm not building. I already got that porch there. It's just getting eaten by termites. If I just leave that thing, it's going to collapse and someone's going to get hurt. So are you going to pay for it when somebody gets sued or somebody dies or somebody gets hurt? they reviewed this whole thing. He had to fight with them a bit, but they eventually granted him permission to rebuild his deck to his front porch. What was the whole argument? Well, it was too close to the water source. And I forget if it's a 300-foot or 600 feet. Anytime that you have a structure within that, it has to be at least that distance. But you cannot make the structure, you cannot put it 1 foot closer to the water source, okay? And that was their argument. They didn't want him building any closer. And he's like, I already have it there. It's already there, just falling apart. Had to argue to get that done. So sometimes we have to deal with environmental agencies which needlessly make our life more difficult. And in that case, that was really uncalled for. But nonetheless, it's a result of what happened, okay? But he got the permission in the end to build. Okay? We just need to be aware of who we need to get permission from. Now, Environmental Protection Agency, here's that by Bob. Here's all the things on this slide. Highlands Water Protection Act, Pinelands, Wetlands, CAFRA, and the Waterfront Development Act. And this was on page 312 where we highlighted that, okay? And so I'm just gonna make a little cross-reference note where we got the ISRA, but ISRA deals with what? It deals with commercial properties and industrial sites anytime that you're changing ownership or changing the use. Everything needs to be retested. You guys ever see gas stations digging their tanks out of the ground and replacing their tanks? You guys ever see that? They got the fence around the gas station, it's shut down. They're digging the tanks out of the ground. And then you see they put new tanks in and then they repave everything. And then you may see even later in that same year, all of a sudden, they're digging those tanks out of the ground again. What happened? They might be changing ownership, and because of all of these government environmental regulations there, they're causing them to dig it up again and replace them. Needlessly costing people a lot more money. And you think that they're eating that, or is it coming out of, or they're not passing that on to the consumer? They're also passing those costs on to the consumer. So some of these regulations can get kind of wacky, but we just need to be aware of them. Additional government
You
powers.
can't control that. If they had replaced a new one and someone else buying a new one, they're gonna make you buy it again? Take it out?
That's ISRA, the Industrial Site Recovery Act. It says, it provides for mandatory cleanup of industrial and some commercial sites when they're closed, sold, or otherwise change ownership. It's like a standard thing. Every time they change ownership or reopen a gas station, you see them digging those tanks out of the ground, pulling up, breaking out that concrete that they paved over it just recently, you know. It seems kind of ridiculous. It seems like a lot of waste. It seems like that would be more of a harm on the environment than the new tanks that are already in the ground, right? So some of the legislation just doesn't make sense. You know, they don't use common sense when they're making a law. It's a law, it's in black and white, you got to follow it, okay? They don't say, but this just happened. Well, till they make an exception in the law, if there was a recent cleanup or if there was a recent thing, then it's taken care of, then this is what they got to do. All right, so landmark preservations. We have a lot of landmarks in New Jersey. We have a lot of history here, being the third state in the nation. So landmark preservation sites, we got a lot of historic districts. Landmark preservation sites are like, you know, George Washington slept here, like the Girl Scout house in Rahway on St. George Avenue. It's referred to as the Girl Scout house next to that cemetery where they do tours and stuff of that house. It's Merchant and Drover's Tavern. It was actually a tavern with sleeping quarters upstairs, kind of like an inn. George Washington slept there at some point, stayed there. So it's designated landmark preservation site, okay? With these sites, they need to be preserved. Usually you cannot make modifications to them that would change the look or the look of the property or the footprint of the building or the improvement. All right, now historic districts, we have so many towns that have historic sections of town. And not just historic sites where this battle was fought here, or George Washington crossed there, or that happened, or this happened, but also they're just designated historic sites within town. And they're also overseen not only by any if you buy a house in those towns, in those areas, in a historic district, you don't only have to follow the zoning laws and the building construction code and filing the permits with the municipality. You now also have to deal with the historic society and get permission from them. Anytime you want to change anything on the exterior of the building, generally the rule is this: you cannot change the footprint of the structure and you cannot change its look. You could upgrade to modern materials on the exterior of the building, the windows, the siding, the roof, but it needs to maintain that original historic look about it, okay? Otherwise, you could get fined, okay? They don't allow it. That's the general rule. So you guys, as real estate agents, have to be careful with your puffing. What is puffing?
Exaggerating story. Oh, you can do anything with this property.
Exactly. It's exaggeration as salesmanship, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as it's opinion. However, facts need to be accurate. And if you're telling people, oh, you could always put an addition here, or you could put a pool back here, they may not be able to. You need to inform them, if it's in a historic section of town, that this is in a historic district, and you need to you may be able to do it, but generally not. Generally, you can't change the footprint or the exterior look of the building without getting permission first from the local historic society. So make sure you disclose properly, because if you don't, and that person relied on the information that you provided them with when they bought the house, they could turn into a lawsuit later on. Well, my agent told me that I could put an addition here. They told me this, they told me that, and then it turns out not true. You're opening yourself up to liability. So proceed with caution in historic districts with your puffing, okay? Direct ownership, public ownership. So over the years, the government has a general policy encouraging private ownership of land. A certain amount of land is owned by the government for use for multiple municipal buildings, state legislature houses, schools, military stations. Direct public ownership is a means of land control too. It used to be any land that was not owned by the government could be homesteaded. Means that you can go out and you could claim that land as your own. Just file just map it out and file the paperwork, and you could claim, I believe it was up to 160 acres, 180 acres or something like that as your own. That was called homesteading, but that ended. The last place there was homesteading was in Alaska in 1986 or something like that. And anyway, so no more homesteading. We're done with this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review. Court action by which government takes property.
Eminent domain.
6 is 6 is A, condemnation is the court action. Eminent domain is the government's power. Okay. Discriminatory local regulation.
Well, this is the
It's on page 144.
Okay, thank you.
144. So 6 was A, condemnation. That's the court action by which the government takes property. Discriminatory local regulations.
11. Exclusionary zoning.
Exclusionary zoning, 11 is B. 4 is C, that's CERCLA. It's a mouthful for me just to read it all off and have you give me the abbreviation. Government's power to take property for municipal use.
Eminent domain.
That's the eminent domain, 9 is D. Inspector's approval for human habitation.
5.
It's the CO, certificate of occupancy. 5 is E. Limit of use of property that's set by the seller. Set by the seller.
Deed restriction.
7 is F, deed restrictions. A use that does not meet the zoning requirements.
Variance.
Variance?
Or how about this? A proposed use that does not meet the zoning requirements.
Variance.
Variance.
A variance. 17 is G. New Jersey agency overseeing natural resources.
ISRA. DEP.
Yeah.
8
DEP.
is H, the Department of Environmental Protection, the DEP. Permission for construction.
Building permit.
3 is I, through the building permit process. 3 is I. Reversion of property to the state when intestate owner dies without heirs.
E. S. Sheet.
S. 10 is J, correct. Standards for construction.
Building code.
Building
Building
codes.
code.
2 is K, building codes. Now banned hazardous mineral once used for insulation.
Asbestos.
Asbestos. 1 is L. Government's right to regulate for health and safety.
Police power.
That is their police power, correct. 15 is M. Existing use that does not meet the current zoning standard.
14.
Non-conforming use.
14 is N, the non-conforming use. Municipal restrictions on use of real estate in various areas.
Zoning ordinance.
Zoning ordinance.
18 is O, the zoning ordinance. Naturally occurring radioactive gas.
Radon.
Radon, 16 is P. And what is considered dangerous levels of radon that require remediation?
4 curic something.
4 picocuries, or you could just say 4 PCI.
PCI. Okay.
So 16 was P. Primary method by which local governments recognize developmental goals.
Master plan.
All part of their master plan. And so 13 is Q. And once widely used wall covering, now containing a banned metal.
Lead-based paint.
Lead-based paint, 12 is R. Okay. All right. So that concludes chapter 9. So chapter 9. I don't like their definitions on the end of that chapter 9, though, of how they describe the variance, you know. And the permission. The variance, the permit, and the non-conforming use. It should state that clearer. All right. So chapter 10 is about listing agreements. If you don't list, you won't last. That's how the saying goes, right? In real estate, if you don't list, you won't last. So you should spend an appropriate time trying to obtain listings. If you don't get listings, then you're going to have some trouble. You can never go on vacation. You can never stay at home sick, because if you're not actively out there running around showing buyers homes like a chicken with their head cut off, then you ain't making money. So how do you make money? Well, you got to get listings. How do you get listings? Anybody? Bueller?
Network.
Huh?
Network, make connections.
Put up flyers, do what you got to do.
But what is it
Market,
that you gotta do?
marketing.
Market yourself, make friends.
Marketing.
I mean,
send personal mailings.
let's start off by everybody. First of all, here, we'll start off this way. Don't be a secret agent. Let everybody you know you're in the real estate business. Don't be a secret agent. So basically, let your friends and family and coworkers and acquaintances, friends of friends, let everybody you know, your closest circle, we call that your sphere of influence. We want to make sure that everybody that you know that you're in the business, right? Because the first time that your best friend or a family member buys or sells a house and they don't use you, you are going to be pissed. All right. Now, sometimes I get people in class, they're like, nah, you don't want to do business with family. That's not a good idea. Okay, so you don't want to do business with family, but you expect a stranger to trust you? Are you trying to screw over your family members?
No, you're not.
I don't see why you wouldn't want to do business with your family. You know, you're going to treat them like you do everybody else. Hopefully you're not trying to screw over anybody else either. You want to make sure that you're just doing your job. You're doing it to the best of your ability. You're providing that person with the highest level of service that you can, right? They're the one that ultimately purchases the house. What are we doing? We're searching for homes that meet their criteria. We're not building the homes, right? So all we're doing is we're showing them the products that are available that are currently out there on the market. They're the ones that make the decision whether or not they're going to buy. We're not pushing them into making those decisions, I hope. Let them make that decision. We're just helping guide them through the process. What is all the process from searching from a home to making the offer to obtaining financing to the inspections to the closing and all that in between? That's what we're helping with. We're helping guide them. We're there to educate our clients, okay? That's your job, is to educate the public, to educate your clients, and let them make the decisions of what they want to purchase. And then help them with pricing too. How do we help them with pricing?
CMAs?
What was that?
With the CMAs.
Through a CMA.
We can't really offer
can't-
them any we can recommend, but we can't offer them any advice.
Sure we can. We could do a CMA, comparative market analysis. It's only when you're a disclosed dual agent that you can't tell them what to offer or make recommendations, but we could still do a CMA for them.
A broker's opinion.
Well, CMA, broker's price opinion, we usually do them for banks, not necessarily for homeowners, okay? We do CMAs for homeowners generally, and even sometimes for banks. Sometimes banks want a BPO, a broker's price opinion, for the valuation that has a little more information about market change and stuff like that the homeowner, it's not really relevant or important to them. So I also pulled up during break some class information for you guys pertaining to pricing of homes. There's a class that you guys can take. I spoke about it a little bit. Whoop. I spoke about it a little bit. Agent resources. Nope, that ain't it. Hold on. Anyway, it's ottawa.com, OTT, or Ottawa Group, ottawa.com, OTTEAU.com. I don't know why I can't find it now, but there it is. I pulled up the website, OTTEAU.com. I got it under education. They do, it's a group of appraisers that they do appraising, but they also create market reports, and they do evaluations of investments and consulting, litigation support, valuation. They advise and benefits on. Look, let's take a look at their clients for a moment. I'm not trying to sell these people on anybody, but they're pretty damn good. Do they have their client list here? Case studies, testimony. Oh, here we go. Client list. Our services client list. And just take a little glance before we explain what they do any further. I suggest that you guys take a CMA class, CMA workshop that they have. If they're not giving it at the given time, because they only do it at certain times of the year, then I suggest that you still take one of their classes that touch on CMA. It's called their market forecast, or they have seasonal workshops. Take the seasonal workshop. Okay, you see their events and workshops. The fall housing webinars coming up. They have other events and workshops. I suggest that you look them up. We'll look at them in just a second. Here's some of a short list of some of their clients from the Fortune 500 companies. You may recognize some of these names up here. Some pretty big name companies that use these people's advice. Financial institutions, you may recognize some of these major names. Developers. And other investment groups, retirement plans, you name it. They take some major companies here, like even companies like Nestle, Bausch & Lomb, you know, for real estate investments, yeah. Governments look for their advice even. Law firms, when they help with litigation. Healthcare. So they have a pretty impressive client list that they service. We should look, here's some of the services they do. Real estate, stigma and benefits, litigation, advisory, research, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Events and workshops, let's see what they got in there. I know I got an email, they got some stuff coming up. Okay, there you go. October, Advanced CMA Housing Workshop. That's what I'm telling you about. Sign up for this, guys. I'm telling you.
What is the cost
if
of
they
that?
don't
You
have
to have a real estate license to
No.
do this?
No,
It's free?
no. It's usually about $100, but you get, if you sign up early, they give you like $10 off. I think I got, and then if you're getting their, if you're subscribing to their regular market track updates, you get it even cheaper from them, which basically gives you market updates as the seasons change and such. It's really good class. I'm going to go over some of the materials that I got from last class I've been to them. It was about 5 years ago. I am due. I always tried to go to these guys every year and take this class every year with them. So I'm due for hitting them up again. I know how to price properties, but it's just the data and information that they give, and sometimes they give a little refresher. It's a really good class to take. So this is the one I suggest you guys take, the Advanced CMA Housing Workshop, CMA Workshop. And if you don't take that, I suggest you take one of their seasonal market workshops, which touch on CMAs. See, this one focuses on CMAs. These ones touch on it, but instead just focus more on the market updates. And look, these classes are tax deductible for you too. Can't register for this one yet. It's not clickable, so you can't register on it yet. I think I got an email though, and an advance notice that I can. You guys can try giving them a call if you want to find out where the dates are for it. That's probably why. All right, anyway, the class, the CMA workshop, it's about $89, $99, or $89, somewhere in that area. I highly recommend it. They help you value properties by going over all kinds of.
Where did you go to find a class?
You go to their events and workshops under
okay, events and
services, or you can see just events and workshops, and click on and workshop support and see where does that take you. That takes you to emailing them or their fall housing webinar. Tells you about some of the things they go over here. Yeah, so our services, events and workshops, and there, but you can't click on that. You can't join that one yet. Only the next one you can. So you have to wait till that's done. But it's coming up in October. I highly suggest that you guys look into it. They are excellent classes. These are the types of classes that you want to hang out and ask questions during the breaks and after class till they kick you out. That's a good class, okay? Here, I have some content here that I downloaded for you guys. It's from my emails during break. And this is some of the stuff that I got from this workshop. They gave me the slideshow. This is one from 2015 that I attended. They give you CMA templates. They give you an active an Excel file with the CMA in it that you can do CMAs and it'll do calculations for you. Let me see, revise CMA Excel work and auto CMA. Let's take a look at one of these, open it up and see what's in it. It's pretty much going to be a blank form. You got to fill it out. But it helps you pricing the homes. Okay. And then you fill in the information about the subject property and the comparative properties, and then it'll give you a sample analysis. It'll give you here's just a sample analysis of the comparisons of the two, but it works out the numbers for you in the end, then gives you an anticipated sales price based on all the criteria that you entered in there, and their data that they have entered into here somewhere, and along with the information that you have used to fill out in here. They give you, how do you know when to make adjustments for the differences between the properties, the adjustments between condition, the numbers of beds or bath, etc., the features of the property. How do you know? Well, you take this class. They give a lot of additional support materials that go with this class. This is all from one class they supplied me with, okay? Strategies they go over, pricing, the theory that an appraiser goes over, yada, 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 okay? This is good stuff, but let me see, I'm trying to look for, let me see what this is, CMA answer sheets. Okay, that's for a sample thing that they did, group exercise. Okay, the adjustment guides, that's what you want to look at. Now, they also have a CMA reference guide here, but these adjustment guides will help you with the pricing. Okay, this helps you out on explaining some things to you a little bit further in depth and detail. And having these materials in cooperation with joint with taking the actual class. So these adjustment guides is going to be the important part of it. As you can see here, this one just one page. Okay. It tells you for homes in different price ranges. If it's on a busy road, does that make the house worth more or less?
I can't see the guide.
Victor can see the screen.
You have, and you guys aren't saying anything yet? All right, here you go. There you go. So here's one of the guys, because I've been opening up all these documents and showing them. I guess it wasn't showing you each one. Okay, so this is one of the more important ones here. remodeling report here, it'll show you from homes from price ranges of up to $250,000, and then between the 250 to 400, between 400 and 750, between that to here, and 2.5 million and above. If the house is on a busy road, does it make the house worth more or less, would you think? It would make it worth less because all that additional traffic and noise. For a home in the $250,000 range, how much? Well, if it is $250,000, it would be $10,000 less. Or if it's anywhere in that range, it would be minus 4%. In the $400,000 range, up to minus 5%, 6%, 8%, 10%. Now, where do they get these numbers from? Are they pulling them out of thin air? No, they base it off of the appraisal of every home in that last year. These numbers change on an annual basis, but they don't just cherry pick a couple of comparable properties and make adjustments. They base it on the sale of every home in New Jersey from different databases, different data sources that they aggregated, and then broke down to the finest minutia of differences and applying numbers to them.
I have a question. So when you're doing some improvements, what, these are added numbers to the price that's already
Yep. Well,
value with the land?
if you have a property for sale, right? If you got a property we're trying to price, well, we got to do a CMA first, okay? Now, a basic CMA, let's look at a blank little template here for a moment. In a blank CMA, you have to have your subject property. This is the property we're trying to value. And then we have at least 3 comparable sales, and we have to make adjustments for all the features and differences in them to determine what the asking price should be and what the anticipated sales price is, okay? So how do we make those adjustments for changes? Well, experience and following their guidelines here, all right? If it's on a busy road.
This is the guideline that's that we were just previously on.
Okay, the page we were previously on, this is a blank CMA template that we would actually be filling out.
No, the one that you were just the colorful one with the different numbers.
This one is the one that shows you how do you know when to add or subtract to value.
But where do you get something like this?
Take the class from them. This is
Oh, it's from them. Okay.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's a valuable class that they give you. They supply you with they do so much better job teaching you how to value a property than your broker is probably going to be able to do. So for $100, less than $100, you know, this class is going to pay for itself and then some.
Can you add that to our information?
This is outdated. This is outdated. This is from 2015, this one. It's 2020 now, you know. These numbers no longer apply. These numbers change every year. This is why I always like taking their class every year, because they update you with all these numbers. See, I'm also a member of their market track, so they send me the seasonal updates on this stuff too. But not for this. For this form, you got to sit in there at the CMA workshop to get updates on this. So it's very valuable as we can look into it. We were talking earlier about high tension power lines. Does that make your house worth less? Somebody asked me. And I was like, well, yeah, it does. Look, for homes in look at this, for a home in the up to $250,000 price range, it would make your house worth $3,000 less versus a home that's not near high tension power lines. But in addition to the value aspect of it, you got to also look into the aspect of desirability. It may also be harder to sell. Now, what if the property's on a private road, cul-de-sac street, low traffic, the opposite of busy? Well, it would be worth more. How much more? Up to $8,000 or 3.2% more in this price range. Now, people say, oh, my lot is bigger than the neighbors. Yeah, but unless you're talking about half-acre increments, it ain't going to make a spit of difference in the value. Okay? So lot sizes don't really contribute to the value unless we're talking half-acre differences. Okay? Other than that, it's too
So
minuscule.
let's say if you were ranged somewhere between 750 and 1.250, how would you rate that? You take the both medium
No,
line?
you would go to this. You'd go to this one. This one is for above 1.2 million and above.
No, I mean between 750 and 1.25.
You would go to the 1.25 million. You'd
Oh, you go to that, so you wouldn't, if it's higher,
up to
if
750.
it's higher than this,
Uh-huh.
you go to the 1.250?
You go to the next bracket, correct?
Oh, so you wouldn't go in the middle, you would just go to the next bracket.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, if the road's if it's a private street, if for acreage, what about for quality of construction, materials and workmanship? Basically, if you've done remodeling to the property, or if there's a higher quality workmanship in something, the differences in value, how they would apply. The age of the property. Look, you take the sales price times 60% times this times the effective age difference. See, they give you formulas for calculating based on differences of age. What about the condition and decor, the condition of the property? So you have to make adjustments for that, and they give you little notes, side notes for that, and additional notes in class, and some of those additional materials, the supplemental materials that you saw in that other folder that I got from this class. What about this? If you got one house that has 2 baths, the other one has 2.5 baths, what's the difference in price going to be? Well, for up to $250,000, it's going to be 1.2% of the value, or $3,000. Okay, see. This is how well, at least that's what the case was in 2015. Every year, this stuff changes. These numbers change based on the sales of what the properties are actually selling for. So they got all kinds of adjustments that you can make here for differences, from multi-zone heating and cooling, attached garages, detached garages, built-in garages, tandem garages, which they don't have on here, but they have in the supplemental notes that they give you. Patios, decks, porches, and other add-ons, special energy saving items, features, okay? They give you that. They give you something separate. It's not on here for solar panels. I'd have to pull up my notes from the last class I took, but that's significantly changed, I'm sure, by now, too. You got to take into consideration how much energy those solar panels generate, the cost of the energy per kilowatt hour, and you got to do some math there in order to find out. There's also a little tidbit there that if the solar panels are on the front of the house will not be worth more. It actually has a negative number that goes to it, because there's an ugly factor that goes into play. We're also environmentally friendly, but a lot of us don't believe the BS we're not living by the BS that we're preaching to everybody else, because it's ugly. Solar panels are ugly. Renewable energy, everybody needs to be green. Yeah, but it's ugly, so I'm not going to pay that much for it. So now we're driving down the price of those homes because they have solar panels on. But if they're on the back of the house where you can't see them so readily, well, then it makes your house worth more. But how much more? Well, it depends on the amount of energy that they generate. Okay, so there's a lot of factors to it. This is a class, nonetheless, that I suggest, and I'm not going to waste any more time on this right now. We're going to discuss that. We got a separate chapter altogether just for that. So chapter 10 is listing agreements. If you don't list, you won't last, and you need to let everybody know that you're in the business to get listings. You would. If you don't know people and you don't do nothing and you sit at home all day, well, get out there, get a hobby, join a club, go to a swimming group, go to the gym, mix and mingle with people, give them your business cards like they're going out of style, and get business, get a website, start blogging on real estate sites. People will start reaching out to you. Blog, and do not use your Facebook pages for trying to generate business. That's against their terms of service. You could get You're not supposed to use Facebook for commercial reasons. You can have your own profile, but then you got to create a business page and use that for business purposes, okay? And you should always have it referring to your own private website or blog anyway. That's where any articles should be posted. And then you just post those links on your Facebook pages, your Facebook business pages, which then you could share to your personal page and have other people spread it around because they like the stories and such. And that's how you become viral. And that's how you get the word out about yourself, okay? In social media worlds anyway, okay? At the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to discuss different types of listing agreements and identify information necessary for disclosure and properly pricing the property. Now, in real estate, there's an important saying that I added here. If you don't list, you won't last. Like I said, if you got a listing, you also have the possible upside of getting the buyer and getting double the commission from both sides of transaction, the buyer side and the seller side. If you're the agent for both sides, then you can get the commission from both sides and earn twice the money on the same transaction. If you could stay at home sick or go on vacation, and other agents will be working to sell your listings, and you could still end up making money at the end of the day. So that's what I mean by you should spend about 70% of your time concentrating on getting listings and pricing them properly, by the way, because if you don't, they ain't gonna sell. If they don't sell, you ain't making money still. So don't be stupid, right? Listings. If you're not actively showing product, well, this is all the stuff that I just said. Apparently I put it on a slide, all right? Now, listing property. Only a broker can act as an agent to list, sell, or rent another person's real estate exclusively, anyway. So we as real estate salespeople, how do we do it? Well, we are representatives of the broker, so we're doing it in the name of that broker, right? Right. So, New Jersey statute of frauds stipulates that to be entitled to a commission on any real estate transaction, listing broker has to have a written authority to act as the client's broker. We'd usually have a listing agreement as our authorization to list the property. To list the property, that means to be able to market it for sale. Listing agreements must be supplied to the owner in writing within 5 days. If we take a verbal listing, we could then follow it up in writing. So even though the law allows us to take a verbal listing, and as long as we follow up with putting it in writing and giving it to the owner within 5 days, I don't suggest you ever do that, okay? First of all, the MLS, what does the MLS say about listings? How soon do we need to put it in the MLS?
Within 24 hours.
48 hours.
48 hours.
48 hours. Offers need to be forwarded. Written offers need to be forwarded within 24 hours, but listings need to be entered into the MLS within 48. You wait 5 days. Now you're violating the MLS's rules. So now you got to pay, or you could be having paid fines from the MLS for violating their membership rules. In the book, what to highlight. I'm going to highlight that the New Jersey statute of frauds, in the second paragraph, stipulates that to be entitled to a commission on a real estate transaction, a listing broker has to have a written authorization to act as that client's broker. And then the last line in that paragraph, we're going to highlight, even though we didn't go over it yet. It has to have a definite termination date in the agreement. So the agreement has to state the rate or exact amount of commission that's to be earned by the broker, and it has to specify an exact termination date. I only had you highlight an exact termination date. The rest of it's common sense, but they stress termination date because it's going to be an exam question. You can't take a listing and leave the expiration date of the listing blank and then fill it in later at your leisure. First of all, anytime you sign any kind of contract with somebody, what do you got to give them right away?
CMI.
Consumers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The duplicate original.
A duplicate original. A duplicate original. Thank you. A duplicate original. What is that? It's another original signature document.
Over signature.
Right? The copies with original signatures. So listing agreements have to state the rate or exact amount of commission that's being earned by the broker, and they have to specify a definite termination date in the agreement. This will be an exam question on both exams. Faux show. So we're going to highlight in the next paragraph, and if an agreement is entered into orally, the broker must deliver a written memorandum of the agreement to the client within 5 days of the agreement. Like I said, you can accept verbal contracts, but I don't suggest that you do so. Okay? Let me give you an example why. I've had this situation before. I met with a husband and wife. They were interviewing agents. They decided that they were going to list with me. So they called me up, but they said, we don't got time to meet with you. Can you put it in the MLS and all that stuff? We'll sign all the paperwork that we need to on Monday when we come back. They were going away for the weekend. All right. Being so excited for this listing, I did that. Monday rolls around, I never get that call from them, so I call them. Yeah, I got to meet up with you. I need you to sign the paperwork. I got to get this to the MLS so I don't get in trouble. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I forgot. When we were away, I was talking to my wife. She forgot that her girlfriend just got her license. We're going to give her a try. I already put it in the MLS. Now I don't even have a listing agreement that I'm supposed to send over to them that they're waiting for, or they're going to fine me for not having it. And now I got to withdraw the listing and not have paperwork again. I called up, MLS, and I, tried like whining about it. Oh, I don't want to get in trouble for this. They were supposed to be with me. They changed their mind. I'm never going to do this again. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I don't want to get in trouble. Blah, 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 blah. I pled the idiot, and they fell for it, and they did not fine me, and they let me go on that and said, don't do it again. So learned a lesson learned, right? Get it in writing before you do a damn thing, right? Don't waste your time unless you have things in writing. Turn to page 148. So we got different kinds of listings. We have open listings, exclusive agency listings, and exclusive right to sell listings. I want you to put a smiley face next to the exclusive right to sell listing. That's the one you want, all right? But anyway, we're going to go through all these types of listings. We're going to start off with the open listings, which I don't really consider that a listing at all. An open listing is when an owner comes to you and says, yeah, can you market my property for sale and use your resources trying to find a buyer for me? And I'll pay you a commission, but only if you bring the buyer. And I can list with as many agents as I want, all using their resources and having them all market my property, but I'm only going to pay the one that brings the buyer. So therefore, I'm not going to be in any exclusive agreement with one agent to be working exclusive with me. I'm going to be the owner and cheating on my agent by having any number of agents all acting as my agent, but I'm not going to be loyal to them. That's an open listing. No, thank you. So open to any number of brokers, all representing the owner as their agent to market their property. Because the seller is not bound to one agency, there's no need for an expiration date in the listing agreement. So you can't list it in the MLS. What are we going to have, 10 agencies putting the same property in for sale? Only the agency who brings the buyer is going to be paid a commission anyway. So you're going to put a listing in the MLS, and if another agency brings a buyer, you're not getting paid? What sense does that make? That's why we don't put it in the MLS. So the seller's not committing to exclusively work and hire one agency to work with. They're only basically looking for buyers representation, buyers representation. Now, any listing that begins with the word exclusive in it is an exclusive type listing. The word exclusive means the owner is listing with only one broker who's hired to represent the owner to market their property for sale or for rent as their exclusive representative. All the listings have to be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. Unless what? Unless they tell you not to. And then you got to cover your butt and have them sign
Waiver of broker.
a waiver of broker cooperation agreement, because licensing law requires us to share our inventory with other agencies unless the owner directs us not to. Who? Who can direct us not to? Can my broker direct me not to share the listing with other agents? No. Can the real estate commission? No. Can anybody else? No. Only the owner. So it's a form the owner signs when they request they don't want us to cooperate with other agencies. This would then be referred to as a pocket listing. And the agent should never be the one to introduce this form to the owner, because there's no reason for you to do that other than putting your interest above the client's, because you're trying to get both ends of the deal. So an exclusive agency listing, the one that has the, we only take exclusive type listings, the ones that begin with this word exclusive. That just means that the owner's hiring us exclusively to work with them. So the exclusive agency listing, these are the only types of listings we can put in the MLS as well, the ones that begin with the word exclusive. That doesn't mean that we're not working with other agencies to show the property and we're not sharing the listing. It only means that the seller hired us as their exclusive marketing representative to market that property. Okay, got it? So an exclusive agency type listing, the only one agency is exclusively representing the owner to market the property. The seller reserves the right to find their own buyer and not pay us a commission with this type of listing. So the seller pays us a commission if the listing agency finds the buyer, or if an outside agency brings the buyer. We get paid a commission, but not if the seller finds the buyer. Now, I don't like these listings because I find that if you're dealing with somebody that's a little bit dishonest or somebody who's trying to avoid paying you the commission, you're going to end up fighting with the seller all the time. Instead of you guys working with each other to sell the property, they're trying at every opportunity to screw you out of your commission. You guys ever see a real estate sign for sale with a sign with a for sale sign by owner next to it? I've seen them. Have you ever seen a real estate broker's sign for sale on a property, and then they took it a step further and they took the for sale by owner sign and stuck it on top of it so it gets more height? I have. I've seen them take it a step further and they took the masking tape and put it over the real estate broker's sign's phone number, and they wrote their own phone number in its place. What the hell is going on? This is obviously somebody who's looking not to pay you your commission. They really want to find the buyer and just use your marketing resources. All right. So I'd rather not work with people like that. So I don't take these types of listings. Okay. Instead, I take this one, the exclusive right to sell listing. You see that little smiley face guy there? Kind of looks at me today. Okay. This is the only type of listing I like. Only one agency is exclusively representing the owner to market the property. Other agencies can bring in the buyer and show the buyer the property. The seller pays us a commission no matter who found the buyer, as long as that listing is still valid and in effect. And an added bonus is if the listing agent brings the buyer, they get both sides of the commission, double the pay. I mean, really, that's the same case over here with exclusive agency, any exclusive type listing. However, we get paid even if the seller brings the buyer, right? No matter who brings the buyer during the listing term while the listing is in effect, even if the seller finds the buyer. Here, let's make it a little adjustment to that slide. Even if seller brings the buyer.
And you won't get the buyer's commission, all right?
What? What?
If the seller brings the buyer, then you won't get the buyer's commission.
Sure we will, because we're the only agent on there, then they pay us the full commission according to the listing agreement.
Oh, okay.
Which type of listing you want?
This one.
Right to sell.
I don't argue. I'm not arguing with you. I'm 100% there with you. Yep, so do I. So in the book, let's do some highlighting. Under exclusive agency listing, highlight exclusive agency listing and highlight the last sentence there that says, if the seller finds the buyer with no help from any broker, the seller retains the right to sell the property themselves without obligation to the broker. And then right at the end of that, they don't pay a commission. That's what they mean. They say that in a nice, fancy way. They're basically saying, we don't pay a commission. That's for the exclusive agency listing, right? All right, so now under exclusive right to sell listing, put your smiley face there. And then highlight the first, highlight exclusive right to sell listing. One broker is appointed as the sole agent for the seller and is given exclusive authorization to represent the property in question. The seller must pay the broker a commission regardless of who sells the property. I like the way that sounds. Look, if I took an exclusive agency listing, I don't want to have buyers that are calling me that I'm working with perhaps, and I send them to drive by the house and look at it, see if they like the neighborhood, see if they like, I give them the address, see if they like the way that it looks on the outside. And if they do, then I'll set up the appointment and I'll show them the inside. But then if the seller's out there raking the leaves or cutting the grass, or they just see the car parked in front of their house, they're like, hey, come on in, I'll show it to you. And now they're arguing with me, telling me, no, I found the buyer. I'm not paying you a commission. They pulled up in front of the house and I brought them in. And I'm like, how do you think they found the house? I sent them to you. And now it becomes a big argument. No, thank you. I'd rather not deal with people like that. Exclusive right to sell listing, you got a contract, it sells. It don't matter who found the buyer, you're getting paid. You don't got to deal with any of that other BS drama garbage, right? The way I prefer. All right. Now, the net listing. Oh, actually, let's go over these listings first. The difference between exclusive, open listing, exclusive agency, and exclusive right to sell listing. When is seller required to pay a commission? Well, in an open listing, if the listing agency finds the buyer, they have to pay a commission. But not if an outside agency finds the buyer, and not if the seller finds the buyer. In an exclusive agency listing, the listing agency finds the buyer, they pay us a commission. An outside agency finds the buyer, they pay us a commission. If the seller finds the buyer, no, they reserve the right not to pay us a commission then. And then with the exclusive right to sell listing, they pay us a commission no matter who finds the buyer, as long as the listing is in effect. This chart makes it a little bit clearer, showing when they owe us a commission, right? Not a bad little chart to study from. gives you the visual on it instead of studying just the words. I'm a visual person. I like to see stuff. So I made you a chart. Okay. Net listing is an illegal listing, and the seller tells the agent how much money they want to net from the sale, how much money they want to get in their pocket at the end of the day, and you can keep whatever amount you get over that amount. Let me ask you a question. If you got a net listing, how much money are you going to make as an agent? If I sell a property for $300,000, how much money am I going to make?
Unlimited.
We don't know. This is why on listing agreements, though, didn't we learn in an earlier chapter that in order to be entitled to a commission, back in chapter 2, I think it was, in order to be entitled to a commission, we need to stipulate the what the commission's going to be. It has to be expressed either as a dollar amount or a fixed dollar amount or a percentage of the sales price. But with a net listing, you don't know what it's going to be, or if you're even going to earn a commission.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
not in your best interest to even be honest with the seller and guiding them on what the value of the property is.
Right.
You know, if you tell them what the property is, how much money they're going to want to get. If you tell them it's worth $300,000, how much money do you think the owner's going to want?
300,000.
Oh, well, you know what? That would be nice if they wanted only $300,000. But you know what? They probably think it's worth more than what you're telling them. So they're
Right.
probably going to want even more than that.
Right.
You know, so our job is hard enough trying to talk them down to reality from the get-go. And now, on top of that, we're trying to have a spread so that we could walk away with some kind of a profit, some kind of a living. These are illegal in New Jersey because agents would be lying to their clients all the time about the value of the property and trying to screw over their own clients instead of being honest with them. So if we just write it down, what our commission is, how much we're going to list the property for, we don't got to worry about that. Everybody can be honest with each other. We can cooperate and work, work good together. So net listings are illegal. It's where the seller tells you how much money they want to net, and the agent gets to keep everything above that amount. In some states, they are legal, though. Florida, it's legal. Washington State, it's legal. Okay, the MLS, multiple listing. All listings have to be entered within 48 hours. Sub-agency is an agreement within the agency with two agencies or the two agents that are working for the same client, whether it's two outside agencies representing the same client on the same side of the transaction, or if it's an agent within your agency. So when it comes to value, this is how an owner sees their home. This is how the real estate agent sees their home. But this is the only one that really matters at the end of the day, how the appraiser sees it, even though they see it as a little smaller Smurf house, right? So the owner thinks they got that castle. Hey, their home is their castle. They always think their home is worth that much. We're trying to talk them down to reality here, and at the end of the day, the appraisal's like, it's down here. So, which is the only one that matters? Well, most people are not buying cash, so it's not like we could dupe anybody and convince them into buying it and spending more money. People need to get a loan, and a lender is not going to lend you money to buy a property, and that property is going to be collateral for paying back the loan. So if you don't pay it back, they foreclose and sell it to get their money back. But if the property is not worth what the amount is that you want to borrow to buy it, they'll never get their collateral back in the event of default. So they will never lend you more money than the property is worth. You have to have some skin in the game too. Most lenders aren't giving you 100% financing, okay? But if they are, that house has got to be at least worth what they're lending you. And this diagram speaks volumes. I know I draw like a 2-year-old or worse, but it speaks It doesn't need to be fancy graphics. You guys can do this on scrap paper at a listing appointment. It doesn't have to be a slideshow with professional graphics or anything with effects. You know, it can be something as similar as like this to get the message across, and have a pen and draw stuff in front of them. They'll be there eating it up, looking at you. What are they doing? You know, what are they drawing there? What are they writing down? Okay? They'll be eating it up. All right. Here's the, when you do get a listing, make sure you put it in the right MLS. We went over this in chapter 3. We had this whole discussion. There's 8 MLSs in New Jersey that are for residential. And those, you got to make sure that you put that listing in whatever MLS is primary for the area. If it's in Middlesex County, where are you going to put it? You're going to put it in that Central Jersey, formerly the Middlesex County MLS. You know, you got to put them whatever the primary MLS is for the area. That's where you got to put it. These are the commercial MLSs. We already discussed this back in chapter 3, the CoStar, LoopNet, CIMLS. These are primarily commercial MLSs. Okay, how do you terminate a listing? Well, if you go to, just like you terminate an agency relationship, remember that chapter? I think that was chapter 3, we went over that. How to terminate an agency relationship? Well, how to terminate a listing is pretty much the same thing. If the broker's not performing, they're not showing up, they spend no time on the property. Well, I guess they could also fall under abandonment by the broker. Expiration of the time period in the listing expires. Revocation by the owner, although they may still be liable to us for a commission unless we gave them an unconditional release from the listing, but I don't see why you would do that, especially if they ask. If they don't want to sell the property no more, then just cancel the listing, but do not cancel the contract. Okay, you can pull the listing without canceling your contract with them. So if they still sell on their own or relist with another agency, they need to pay us a commission still. Cancellation of the broker. You could decide you don't want to work with anybody because they're racist or whatever their reasoning is, that you would not want to work with them. I generally would not cancel a listing after I already have it, not unless it's going to cost me my license, like the seller is actively discriminating or something. Short of that, I'd work with them still. And if our personalities didn't get along well, then I would assign it to a different agent, maybe give it to them as a referral, let them work it out with them, and I still get paid on the transaction. Why am I going to give up money? Cancellation by mutual consent. Both parties can agree just to cancel the listing. Bankruptcy, death, insanity, incompetence, basically. Mental disease or defect of either party. These are reasons to get out of contracts, not to enter them. You know, if you're not a sound mind, how you going to keep somebody in a legally binding contract if they're not a sound mind, or they're dead, or they filed for bankruptcy? You're getting out of contracts, not entering into new ones. Destruction or condemnation of the property. Condemnation, what is that? That's the court process of taking a property through the process of eminent domain, but that's not what they're talking about here. They're talking about the condemnation where they put that red X, the red box with the X in it on the property. It says, danger, do not enter. This property is hazardous, okay? If that happens to the property and it previously wasn't listed and it previously was safe to enter, well, you're not selling a property that's burned down or had other major issues like that, okay? You'd have to get a new listing and then you could sell it, but generally these are ways to terminate the listing. Or a change in the property use by outside forces, as in zoning. The property's been rezoned for a different purpose. They can't use it for whatever, so you could cancel the listing if the change in zoning occurred as well. So let's put a highlighted box around all of these on the on page 148. Was that 149? 149, I'm sorry. Under termination of listing. We need to gather a lot of information when getting a listing, such as the names and addresses of all the owners, an adequate description of the property, Perhaps the lot size with surveys. We could also find out about any easements that are on the property with a survey. Number of rooms and sizes and types of rooms, what floors they're on, types of flooring, cooling and heating systems, and the fuels that they're using, energy sources that they're using. Square footage, I would only use if I had a blueprint. Construction and age of the building, information relative to the neighborhood, schools, the schools, what the taxes are, where the local stuff is, okay? Information that could be interesting. Well, the stuff that really needs to be known by the buyers, potential buyers, would be where all the schools are and such, right? You got to know what the current prices of the taxes are, not any discounted amounts that you're getting because you have a disability or you're a senior or what have you. Because the buyers are not going to be paying that fee. They're going to be paying whatever the true tax figure is. So we need to know what the true tax figure is of a property. We need to be aware of any special unpaid or outstanding special assessments on the property for the taxes, for the improvement taxes. And we need to know what the dues are for the monthly HOA fees if it's in a condominium, if it's a condominium. The amount of any existing financing on the books so that we can help the seller know at the end of the day how much they're going to get in their pocket or get close to it, giving them a roundabout figure. We need to be able to know if it's a short sale situation as well. How do we know that? Well, if the house is not worth what they owe on it, then it's a short sale. So that's why we would ask this question. See, typically it would not be relevant how much do you owe on the property, but if it could put us in a short sale situation, well, then that means that we have to address this marketing in a different way. If the property is distressed, we would want to know about that, in danger of short sale, foreclosure, divorce, or bankruptcy. Utility companies and perhaps the average utility payments. Buyers like to know that stuff, but those utility payments are going to vary from person to person. So we should, though, get a list of all the utility companies and supply that. If the property is supplied by public or private utilities, such as sewer versus public sewer versus septic systems, you guys recall what the septic system is? Did I go over that with you guys in a previous chapter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The septic system, that private sewer system in your own backyard there?
Yes.
Versus the city sewers. Appliances and any chattel that's to be included in the sale. What's chattel? It's tangible personal property. If maybe the seller is going to offer the washer and dryer to be included in the sale. The date of occupancy or possession that's anticipated that the seller can turn over the property to the buyer, because we need to put that in the listing. Possibility of seller financing if they're willing to do it. Zoning classifications of the property. We need to know what they are. Can't misclassify a property when we're marketing it for sale. We can't say that it's a two-family when it's really just a one-family with a bonus room, okay, a bonus apartment, okay? If it's a two-family with the bonus apartment behind the garage, that's illegal, okay? It's a two-family. You market it as a two-family. There is no bonus apartment, okay? We don't want to start getting involved in that. Flood zone information. Is the property in a flood zone or not? We need to know that, because if it's in a flood zone, that buyer is going to need to get flood insurance. It's considered that they are going to need flood insurance if it's in a 100-year flood zone. There are 100-year flood zones and 500-year flood zones. If it's in a 500-year flood zone, that means the property will flood at least once every 500 years. If it's in a 100-year flood zone, it will flood at least once every 100 years, okay? So we need to know, because that could be an additional expense. Maybe the buyer doesn't want to be in a flood zone, or maybe they can't afford the additional expense of the insurance annually for the flood insurance. Detailed list of exactly what will and what will not be included in the sales price, any chattel that they're including. If the seller is going to be taking perhaps the chandelier, we want to know that because that's part of the real estate otherwise. We don't want any conflicts later. Licensee should ask for a copy of the seller's deed, survey, and the title policy. The title work of the property, if it's available, it would help us out. So we're responsible for investigating and disclosing all material information that can be discovered about a property. Material information is usually about the physical condition of a property, but it could also include the tax figure, the true tax figures, a statement of rents and expenses if it's a rental property from tenants. There are leases and security deposit amounts on file because that's going to have to be turned over to the next buyer. Any necessity for certificate of occupancy, who's responsible for paying it? Generally, it's the seller's responsibility for obtaining the fire and the certificate of occupancy and fire certs that would usually be required by lenders as well. Flood area information, well, we already went over that. And any restrictive ordinances or deed restrictions, perhaps that the seller had entered into the deed or that they want to add to the deed. Well, we need to know about that up front. So when we get listings, there's a lot of information we need to gather. And every MLS has their own MLS listing sheets. The Garden State MLS has some blank ones that are available for public. You could see them on their website. Here's a link. Let me try to click on that link. Or copy it and paste it anyway. And I'll show you some of this. So on the Garden State MLS website, see every MLS has listing input sheets for the information you need to gather before you enter a listing into the MLS. Single family, multi-unit, vacant land. You see these different types: commercial, industrial, business, rental. FHA compliance certificate. This would be for senior housing to make sure that you're disclosing that let's take a look, that it's housing meant for older persons, right? Because if you don't get that certificate signed by the owners and the managers of the property, then you are entering a discriminatory listing against people based on familial status, people with children under the age of 18, right? So you cannot advertise a property as being 55 and older or senior housing 62 and older unless you have this additional form filled out. So let's take a look at one of these standard single-family residential agreements. Hold on. I got them on my computer. I'm going to open it up directly from my computer instead of having to download it again. So I'm going to show you guys a listing contract I'm going to open up and a listing agreement. That's a lease contract. A listing agreement and some of these property listing input sheets. Here, we'll look at a listing input sheet from the Garden State MLS for a single family residence. Here's an example. You don't just go there with a blank pad and try to think of writing down notes of everything you could possibly think of. There are some required fields that are in red that we need to collect. Possession would be when can the seller turn over that property to the buyer. At close, we could usually put. What the listing price is going to be. Listing date, expiration date. Name of the county where the property is located. Not the country, the county. I got to repeat this to you guys too when it comes time to take your exams. Some of you, when signing up for this course, I have county listed there, and people put country name. That's why I converted it to a drop down, because that's been happening so much. You guys got to pay attention to what the words are on the sheets. Don't rush through things. The town name, the street number, street name, zip code. If it's to be added to Realtor.com, the zip code. Property type, subtypes as well. Is it single family, or does it fall into the classification of condo, co-op, or townhouse? Even though it's kind of the same with the single family. Okay. Community living, is it community living, yes or no? You know, is it in a condo community, co-op community? Is it a senior community? Well, if it's 55 plus compliant, then we're going to check off yes. But if you do that, remember, we have to also have that FHA disclosure statement filled out. We have to have the block and lot number. Where do we get that? Well, we get that from tax records. So we have to open up the listing. We have to open it up in the tax records. So we could go to, what is it, tinyurl.com/NJ tax records, or in the MLS, we could open it up. And we could, every MLS will have a search to the tax record system. And then you could look in the tax records. I don't know, let's see. Is there a Main Street in Edison? Give me a name of a street. Let's see, Main Street. Okay. Let's search, is there a Main Street? Yes, there is. Okay, so let's click on somebody's property at random. Okay, so this property, ooh, 2 acres. It's a big property. All right, so we could see what the tax ratio is 1,000. Something wrong there. All right, let's not look at that property. Pull something else at random. All these large properties. Okay, apparently this must be a commercial area. All right, this is a little more realistic. Small lot now. 22 by 46 lot. That's where we get the lot size. We can see the taxes on the property. The times that it was sold previously, etc. But we get the true tax figure. And those true tax figures we could get from the tax record. Okay, let's look at another one. Seems like a lot of commercial properties here, whatever that is. Here, 50 by 200 deep lot. Taxes at 25% ratio, $520. 50 by 200 lot. Something wrong there. What the hell's going on Main Street in Edison? Look at these low taxes. Wonder what's on Main Street in Edison. All right, let's change this around a little bit and look at Main Street in Woodbridge. And apparently every town has a Main Street, so if I can get to it, I can't see that. Every Woodbridge, Main. Search. I put a V there at the end, didn't I? Yep. Okay. Let's click on a property at random now. Okay, now we got some decent. Okay, so taxes over here. These taxes are cheap. Average taxes in New Jersey are $9,000. What's going on here? Okay, so here's a little more realistic. $4,600 in taxes. Okay. For these properties over here on this Main Street. This is being, you could see here now also, you could tell that this is not an owner-occupied property. So you could tell that this is a rental or an investment property from them. How do I know that? Well, here's the address of the property. Sorry, the address of the property. Main Street. District Woodbridge. Oh no, this is within Fords of Woodbridge. Okay, now this is owner occupied. See, if their address showed different, then it would not be owner occupied. my correction, that is owner occupied. But we get the information for the tax records from there. So we got to get that information, the lot and block number. We would get that from the tax records. That's why we originally went to that site. So where do we get the lot and block number? Here's the block, and here's the lot. 76 is the lot, block number 138.B. Okay. Every area, every street, every block you live on, the block you live on, every block is numbered. Okay. And then each property has a lot number to it. Okay. That's what a lot and block number is. Everybody following me? Because everybody's awfully quiet.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We're here,
All right.
watching, following along.
I just want to make sure you're not falling asleep and that you're there.
It's the weather.
Yeah, the weather. I know, I got to run out to UPS after this. Anyway, ownership type. So anyway, there's all the information about the property, the architectural style, the primary architectural style. If there's the basement, if it's above ground, is it walkout? Is it finished? Is it partial? Is it crawl space? Is it unfinished? Is it finished? Roof description, asphalt shingle, flat roof, built up, imitation slate, composite, metal, tile, fiberglass, rubberized wood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is there a garage? How many spaces? How many parking spaces? Is there a driveway? There's a lot of remarks. You can put your directions to the property, client remarks in there. This is where you do your puffing. This is where the public sees. This is where it goes out to the public. Obviously, you're limited in your remarks. Okay, you do not put in here how many bedrooms and how many baths. Okay, that's already in these features here. That's where you're writing that information. So in a client remarks, that's where you put the puffing. That's where you sell it. You could say, gorgeous center hall colonial with gleaming hardwood floors, hot tub, and private fenced-in backyard. You know, and then additional client remarks, you could add them in there. So this is your teaser remarks, and here's your additional remarks for more space. And then you have your agent remarks. These are not open to the public. They're only available to your agent to see. And then all the rooms, the location is that room in the basement, ground, first floor, second floor, third floor, and the room dimensions. Okay. How can you find them out? Well, you could use one of the laser tape measures. We got them. We sell some of these. What do you call it? It's got a laser pointer with a sonic sound. It measures the sound and gives you the room size right away. We sell these for, I think they're 35 bucks. We sell them for. If you guys want a true laser measure, you can get one from Bosch. I think they go for like 50, 60 bucks. So you're going to spend more money on those though. But it uses an actual laser to measure the distance. Okay, but either way, you should have some kind of gadget like that, or carry around an old-fashioned tape measure with you, and then people can be like, "Wow, you're old." Have one of the sonic ones that beep. People love the doodads. They're like, "Oh, what is that?" You get your own holster. And you're like putting it against the wall, and it's going beep 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 beep. And they're like, "Ooh, he's got toys. He's got doodads." And you're just making your note. Oh yeah, that's how I measure the room size. I got toys, you know. And you dazzle people with your stuff. I'm an expert. I got the toys. I got the gadgets. Always carry a flashlight with you when you're going showing homes, but not bad idea also when you're looking to sell them as well. So obviously, there's a lot of information here that we need to fill out, isn't there? I'm still scrolling through it, okay? And then at the end of the day, we get the owners to sign it and date it. You put down your agency information, and this gets submitted to the MLS within what? Within 48 hours. So as you walk around the house, you should be filling this form out. So as you can see, the listing appointment, you may be there a while. You don't fill this out later. You fill this out while you're there at the property. So you should tell the owners that for the listing appointment, you should set aside a 2-hour time slot. It may take less, but you should set out a 2-hour time slot for me to answer any questions about you, for you. for me to gather all the information about the property, take pictures, unless we're going to set up professional photographers to come in and do that. We're going to need to fill out all the listing paperwork, okay? In addition to this, you also have a listing agreement. So that listing agreement, here's a sample of the Garden State MLS listing agreement. Owners put all their information, the property information, the listing brokerage information, sale price or rental price, listing start date, end date, your information, your company information, how you plan on working with them as of now, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent or transaction broker, how you're going to be splitting that commission between other agencies, what the total commission is. Are they allowing us to put a lockbox on the property? I demonstrated for you guys before, I think. If not, I'll do it again. This is a digital lockbox. This is a key box. We call it a Supra box. All right. This is the shackle. The shackle comes off and we can put it around the door handle or a railing. Don't put it on a branch, on a bush. You know, people will snap that off. Think, you know. Put it in an area that's easily to access. Remember, the agent has to be able to push the bottom of it. And when you do that, you saw a light flash here. That means that here, yeah, it's activated. See, it's flashing. That means it's activated. That'll go on for like 30 seconds or so. In the meantime, I got to pull open my cell phone and pull up my real estate application for the Supra key. I open up the Supra key application, and then I'm going to click on the key. Well, if it's my listing, I'm going to click on the shackle. It says open shackle. So I'm going to click on open shackle, and then I have to put in the shackle code to open this lockbox. This particular shackle, I have a code on there. Got it written down. And it wants you to put a reason why you're opening the shackle box. For the key box, I'm gonna put in my shackle code, make sure it's activated, press the bottom again. Wait for it to communicate through Bluetooth, make sure your Bluetooth is on. It's opening the shackle, it says success, and now I can push down and pull it out. You see that? And it's got these little locks in here. You see those little hooks? So that's how it locks in. And yeah, let's see. So you see the little hooks, how it locks in place. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
And anyway, then you put this back on it. You put it around the door handle or the railing, and it locks back. Okay. They're not pulling that out. This battery is sealed inside here. It does not get replaced. If the battery ever gets low in this, you take it back to the MLS, they'll replace the lockbox, okay? These batteries are good for life, okay? So you probably have these upgraded with a new lockbox model that'll be a mandatory upgrade trade-in before the battery goes dead on this thing, okay? So these things go for about 120 bucks or so each, okay? Your broker should own them, but if you want to have some, make sure you get a letter from them allowing you to have it. All right.
So you get them from your broker then, right?
You would get these from your broker. Your broker should supply these, but a lot of agents want to have their own. They drive around, they got their access to them, but you got to be careful. You got to get a letter from your broker. If you go and you buy these, only the broker is really supposed to have them. So the MLS, you got to get them for different MLSs. I got different ones for Garden State MLS and Middlesex County MLS. You got to have the lock boxes are programmed to the MLS. Okay, so
Right.
If you're in an area that's on the border where you could have agents from the Garden State MLS and Middlesex County MLS, but they may not be members of both. If that's a possibility, you may want to put 2 lock boxes on that property so that all those agents can get access to them, though. Okay. So that's
Okay.
why sometimes you may see 2 lock boxes on property. don't put combination lock boxes. I've seen kids hack those things on bicycles. Like they get in them real quick. This is more secure. So you press the button to unlock this again, or to activate this again. The key is in a metal box at the bottom. Okay. Now, if I want to get access to the key because I'm showing the property, or first of all, for the listing, to put the listing into the MLS, to put the key in the lockbox. Let me open up my my Supra key again. This time I'm going to click on Obtain Key. And then I'm going to put my code in there, if I could remember it.
Victor, we don't see your screen or the lock or anything.
You're not seeing my screen. You got the camera there with me.
I can see your screen.
You should have.
I can see you.
Yeah, I see you.
You should see me through your Zoom control there on camera. The camera is within your control, not mine. I could block you. I could shut off my video like this. There we go. I shut it off, but now I can put it back on. Okay. So hit your video button to shut it off and put it back on.
Oh, yep, I got it.
And then it'll pop back up there on screen for you. Okay. I'm probably a little box in the corner of your screen.
Yeah, no, I minimized it earlier and then I just forgot about it.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway, I let that go too long. It successfully unlocked it, but you let it go too long and it locks again. So I'm going to hit the key button again to unlock it. I'm going to put my shackle code in there, which I got it programmed that if I put it in once throughout the day, it'll keep going. So I got to hit the lockbox again, turn it on again. Retry. Okay. It's a success. So I hit the lockbox on the bottom again, and then it falls out. So you hit it once, it turns on the power inside. So the battery's not being used. You hit it again after you put the obtain key code in there, and the key comes out, and you stick it in there. Stick the key inside there. Okay. You're seeing this. It looks invisible because the background is green, and I got a green screen going on in the background here. So you don't see that. But it's green, and there's a picture of a key there. That's where you put your keys inside this area. See that? Inside this metal protective area, there's a little case here. See, I got my finger in there. That's where you drop the key in that hole. All right. And then you put it back in. It's locked. Okay. So that's how the key box works. This is how the listings work. What an actual listing agreement looks like. And back to the slideshow. You guys see the slideshow on screen now?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Full screen. All right. So MLS listing input sheets. I just gave you an example of listing input sheets. I showed you actual MLS listing agreement, and I showed you the lockbox and the tax records as well. You're going to need access to all those things. So where do you get listings from? Like I told you, don't be a secret agent. Let everyone you know you're in the business. Your friends, your family, your coworkers, your acquaintances. This is your sphere of influence, okay? You prospecting and advertising as well. You know what? Let's go to the top of that. I want to edit that. Hello, what happened? Oh, no. Okay, so where do listings come from? You. Prospecting, advertising, and your sphere of influence. Okay. What exactly do we mean by a sphere of influence? Okay. Well, your sphere of influence is everybody around you, from the people that are closest to you starting to build out. And if you were to draw a circle and put everybody you know in that circle, that you know, your friends, your families, your coworkers, you know, you start going building out in that circle to the people who are further away from you. Okay. Then you can start reaching out social media, but obey their terms of service. You don't want to get banned from social media or have them shut down your profile because you start advertising for your private page instead of your business page, because then they'll cancel your account and then you just die. Having your own real estate website, that's a good start. Did I tell you guys where you can get a cheap starting website from? I think I did. Let me see. Yeah, I got some resources on the coming page, okay? Look, so the next slide here, I got websitebox.com. That's a good cheap resource where you guys can get a fully interactive real estate website for $100 one-time ever fee. That is super cheap. That is super awesome. And you're welcome very much, okay, for providing that to you, because real estate interactive websites are generally expensive as hell, not just to maintain, but also to set up. You could be paying thousands of dollars in setup fees for some of these sites. All right, so this is not the best site around, but it gives you some of those advanced features for pretty damn good price. I'll tell you how to be cheap and get the most out of your money. Right? So having your own real estate website, blogging to answer questions. People will see you, that you know your stuff and that you're helpful and responsive, and they will like that. They'll contact you. They'll work with you. I know this because I've done it before. Mailings, sending out postcards or letters to people. You want to work with buyers? Send out a letter or a postcard to apartment buildings. Those people are potential buyers. You know they're renters. Or go on tax records and match up the addresses. Find, you can actually do searches in certain tax record systems. You could search for where they're non-owner occupied properties. You could send out a mailing, one mailing to the owner's address, because you know that they're an investor, to see if they're looking to sell their investment property. And then you could do on a separate mailing to the actual home address, to the actual property address that's being rented to tenants, trying to get them, see if they want to buy. Right?
How do you find non-occupied owner?
Different tax record systems, okay? You will allow you certain search criteria, or you could buy tools, their software, to search the tax records, where you could search the different fields that are in the tax records already. Some of these tax record systems, you could already just put them in as search criteria where the property address and the mailing address don't match. That's because the owner lives in a different place than the property. So the tax bill gets sent to the owner's home, not to the actual property that they don't live in. Boom, that's that's a investor's property, right? Common sense will tell you that. Now, networking with the lenders, with lenders and asset managers. Okay, when banks foreclose on properties, they're not sitting there managing properties, making sure the lawns are cut and that the properties aren't getting broken into and that they're de-winterized. They hire asset managers to do that for them. You make friends, you make nice with them, and when they're ready to sell, maybe they'll list it through you. HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development, they list properties. You can list their properties. You can market their properties for sale. And they'll pay you a 6% commission for it too, for bringing a buyer, just the buyer side. Fannie Mae, IndyMac, reach out to all kinds of lenders. Billboards or mini billboards, your business cards. Bus stop pitches, like I told you. I've never advertised in these places, but agents do. You know, does it work? I don't know, because I haven't done it in those places, but, you know, you won't know till you try. That's why I tell you, you know, quick way to get rich is to find something to sell to a real estate agent, because they'll try it, you know, in hopes of getting business, you know. But it is true. I've seen ads on all these places, recycle bin covers. How about at events, you know, whether it's a local small event, gathering, get together, a local parade even, or you get a table at an event or what have you, get involved. Let people know you're in the business. How about this? Host a first-time home buyers program, a seminar, and invite an attorney and maybe a mortgage rep and have them put together a little slideshow and maybe some things to hand out. They contribute towards maybe snacks and goodies. You invite people, you advertise this, first-time home buyers seminar where you're gonna learn about this and they can meet about that, they can ask questions. And guess what? You can give out business cards and those are all potential buyers for you. You could have credit repair agencies there that could give them a little fact about that to get their credit in order if they're not ready to get a loan. You get the lender there, you get attorneys there, you get home inspection company, you get the works, you have a nice presentation, and everybody gives
Do you include a broker in there too?
You're the broker.
No, I mean, if I'm a salesperson.
Yeah, I know. You're the salesperson working on behalf of the broker. You're the representative of the brokerage. So you're the broker in that regard. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Your broker don't need to be there. You are there. Your broker will be happy that you're hosting such an event. As a matter of fact, if you get a lot of people there, you may not be able to handle them all on your own. So you may want to have a couple of agents there handing out business cards and such as well, because there's going to be potential other buyers there, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir.
Yes, okay. Come on. You guys got to pick it up a notch. Come on, especially if you're going to be hosting these types of events. People don't want to listen to somebody that's all, you got to, you got to be vocal. You got to be clear. You got to be loud, boisterous, have a personality, be somebody that they want to be working with, right? Like Crazy Eddie, his prices were insane, right? But you got to get that message across and have that personality, even if it's just temporary, just for the event, okay? You guys got to be able to put yourselves out there a little bit.
I have a question. Can
Network.
you, so you would have an event like that. Who would you involve? Inspectors?
Home inspector, yeah. Look, I got a friend that actually just opened a home inspection company. I got to talk to him because I was talking to another home inspector previously about offering classes for that. But yes, a home inspector, a mortgage company, an attorney, a credit repair agency perhaps. How about a company that specializes in removal of oil tank removals, because that's a little thing that they come across possibly, right? You got to get all these things, all these people that could be involved. Perhaps a pest control company, I don't know about that one, but it's possible. And then have them all contribute towards goodies and treats and maybe the venue, wherever it's going to be held if it's not in your office.
Would you like a home insurance too?
Insurance companies, absolutely. People are going to need to get homeowners insurance, right? Even though I usually tell people get the homeowners insurance from whoever they got their car insurance from, they'll get a bundled deal then, right? Even though Flo will tell you not to, bundle deals, or do they sell the bundle deals? I don't know. I forget what they say in those commercials. But yeah, bundling does save you money. All right. Yeah. I tell people just get the homeowners insurance from whoever they got the car insurance from. They usually offer homeowners insurance as well. So these are all different places that you would advertise in. Look, I play pool in a bar league. I play pool. I'm a pooler, bi-pooler. I play 8-ball and 9-ball. Okay. Actually, pool leagues are starting to open up again this week. I'm going to actually have to, sorry about that. I'm going to actually have pool league that I'm going to start playing again soon. So some of these bars are actually opening up if they're big enough to. They're on a limited basis, 25% occupancy, whatever, all the COVID rules. We're doing it actually, some of the leagues are opening up at a big venue that can host, that has a capacity of 300 people. They can occupy at 25% of their normal occupancy, but at least the leagues are starting to open back up again, and we're able to get back out there, play pool. I'm able to mix and mingle with people that want to sell, buy, what have you. You get friends, you get new friends. You let them know you're in the business. Look at them. They meet each other. They hook up. They get married. They need to buy a house. They buy it through you. You know, they argue. They get divorced. They need to sell a house. Hopefully, they'll do it through you. You know, I've experienced it all. I've experienced that all. Single people wanting to buy, friends in pool league. They hook up. They get married. They wanted to buy. I sold them a house. I got another set of friends that happened to. I sold them a house. They're getting divorced now, and they're contacting me about selling the house. You know, I've got, you know, you come across people from all walks of life. You hook up actually with people. I made friends that own. I got one guy. He's got a furniture moving company now. I got a guy that's an electrician. I got people that are contractors. You know, you also get you know, camaraderie with people like that. Although meeting people like that and knowing how they conduct their business, I don't know yet. For some of them, I haven't used them yet. So I don't go promoting anybody's business until I see how they actually do their job. And I still don't promote them because I don't want to be putting my neck on the line for someone else. But I will put them on a convenience list of contractors for people if they ask for any. If I know anybody, I'll say, yeah, I do, but I've never used them before, so I'll give my disclaimers still. See, diner placemats, these things don't work well, and they're expensive, but this places where people advertise. Promotional materials, magnetic business cards, desks, desk calendars, to-do lists, those little to-do lists with the magnets or that you put on the refrigerator. Prints, t-shirts, hats, pens, drink containers, distress balls, all that stuff with your logo, your contact information, advertising on shopping carts and supermarkets, media on local cable networks. Actually, it's not that expensive to advertise on the radio. It's a little more pricey. But on TV, the local cable TV networks, it's not that expensive. You could pick and choose what channels you want to advertise on, what your budget is, how often you want it to be aired, in what specific geographic region. Do you know that their cable TV, they don't just broadcast to everybody who sees this message that goes out. They could dictate that households in certain areas get your commercial. You know that they could break down the market that much? They can. So it can be more affordable than you think. Advertising on the internet, that could be too. But if you don't do it right, it could be expensive. I think Facebook advertising is expensive and it's hard to maintain a budget on. Plus you got a lot of scammers out there just like to click away at it and use up your ads. I like ads that actually convert. Having your own website and directing people there and generating your own leads is probably the best way to do it. And then advertise that website. See, real estate magazines and newspapers, for sale by owner. You could contact for sale by owners, and that's a good source for listings, right? What about expired listings? You know that those people are interested in selling, right? They just failed to. Just make sure that those properties did not relist, because if you did, then you're soliciting the business of another broker, and that's illegal. So don't do that. So there's a couple resources that I spent a lot of time explaining to you guys where you guys can get listings. Not something that's going to be pertaining to your license, but this is something to help you out. I'm giving you guys ideas. Just like these resources. You're not getting this on exam. I'm giving this to you to help you. Right? Super cheap printing, high quality printing, better than any local print shop, gotprint.com. I know you guys are going to say, what's that other one that's on TV all the time?
Vistaprint?
Vistaprint, there you go, Vistaprint. Well, some of their stuff, it's quick, good quality printing, but they're not really giving it to you on the high quality papers unless you're paying extra for that stuff, you know. You want fast turnarounds, you can just go to Staples and get stuff printed out too, if you want the high quality, quick printing. But gotprint.com, you can get high quality, buy in bulk, super cheap. You could get 5,000 business cards. Look, here, don't listen to me. Look, I'm telling you where you guys can go and get stuff. I'm just giving you some resources. just like Got Milk, gotprint.com. They used to be closed. They wouldn't sell directly to the public. You had to be in the print business or marketing business to deal with them. Now they opened it up. I've seen they got a commercial on TV now, and you don't got to supply that you're an industry professional anymore, because they always sold to industry print professionals who would resell their stuff because they do it so damn cheap. Look at all the different options they have: glossy, coated. You guys, I know they have it, but I don't see it here. But I know they have silk printing. You guys know what silk printing is? If you touch the paper, the business card, it feels like silk. But that's from the ink. And people tend to touch it a lot because it's a strange feeling. It feels nice on the hands, but so people tend to play with it a lot. You know. But look, you can have special cut shapes and stuff on your business card. Well, let's just go with a standard business card. What do they charge here? Look, they even have an online design thing where you could design your business cards online if you don't have professional graphic software to do it or have someone else to do it. 5,000 business cards, printing on the front and back, $69. Now the price went up a little bit. But either way, that's still super cheap. And that's for a 14-point cardstock with high gloss UV, ultraviolet protection. Anyway, cheap printing source. That's all I wanted to say. Here's the resources for you. Realty Juggler, that's like a contact manager. You guys can get this for $99 a year. Contact Manager, Flyer Maker. It has designs built into it. It'll track your expenses. It has an expense manager built into it. Appointment Manager, all kinds of other stuff like that for $99 a year. Prospects Plus, also for drip mailing, for email campaigns and such. It's got a lot of neat little features in it. Prospects Plus, this is one where they make custom. You don't need to come up with the designs for business cards, for postcards, marketing materials, flyers. Prospects Plus, this is customized and professionally designed stuff that comes out regularly, new designs for the season, although it's kind of expensive. Last I checked, this was about $600, okay?
What is it kind of designs?
Professionally designed marketing materials, from postcards to flyers to property handout sheets to what you name it. It's good stuff. It's good software, and all you got to do is it's templates with just, I could change the text on it, like the images and the designs are all set up. All you got to do is you could adjust the colors if you needed to change the colors to a specific color scheme through the software. You could put photographs in there just by uploading a photograph, or you could put what else can you put in there? Or you could put logos and all that other good stuff. All right. The Red X. This is a great lead generation tool for you. The Red X is a lead generation tool for that will scan the MLS. It'll cross-reference it with public records like tax records, so you can get the homeowner's phone number on a. So you could get the homeowner's phone number on a property. You could call. You could see if a listing has been expired, and it'll automatically check to see if it was relisted. Hold on, I got to silence this. Somebody talking here. All right. So it'll check to see if a property was relisted. It will. You could check for sale by owner. It scans for sale by owner websites. I forget what the cost of this is, but it's definitely worth it. A lot of your brokers may already have it, but it's not a bad tool for you guys to invest in. It's a service and a tool. It's excellent for lead generation when you're going to be making calls to people, and for expired listings, for sale by owners, etc. Homes.com is a good place to advertise online. Same thing, Realtor.com, but they're more pricey. NAR RPR, this is the free tool that's included with your local realtor dues. That's that application I told you about where you could do the the CMA reports in a nice graphic way that it also includes neighborhood information. You could do quick research to find out the value of a home. They could pull up property information at the whim. You could put in your information from several different MLSs and it'll aggregate it into one tool for you. And it's free. It's included in your realtor dues. Use it. There's also the RPR apps that you could download for your cell phone. But the website is not RPR for them as well. Graphic tools. So not everybody here is a graphic artist or familiar with technology and such, but if you do got a little bit of that ability, you know what? The standard tools that come with Apple computers, the standard tools that come with Microsoft or that you could buy like Microsoft Publisher and stuff, they suck, okay? Especially if you're gonna be sending them to print shop. They stink, okay? This one, Serif, a company called Serif, this is an Australian company. Their software is very powerful and it competes with Adobe Photoshop stuff. Photoshop, Publisher, and Illustrator. They've got their own tools that compete with them. They're just as powerful as those ones, and they're super cheap. They cost like 50 bucks. Can't beat that with a stick. Top Producer, this is another contact manager for agents. And then a QR code generator I've made available here for you, where you can put on your business cards, you know, like a barcode or something, or on your advertisements even, where people can scan codes. This is a free one. Hold on. You got to watch out with some of these QR generators, though. Make sure that they're not going to be sending anything to your clients in advertisements that you don't want them to see and get pushed to them. So what is a QR generator? Here's an example of a QR code generator. You guys ever see these codes like this? These barcodes that you could scan with your cell phone? Well, I could put either you could scan it and I could redirect you to a website. I could have it put a contact management. I could add all my contact information through a V card. I fill out all this information and it'll generate a QR code. And then when you scan it, all that information will automatically be saved into your cell phone. Or I could display plain text to you when you scan it. Or it sends an email to you with some predefined text when you scan it. Or it sends you a text message when you scan it. You could use these to have clients connect to your Wi-Fi network in your office, but you guys don't have a need for that. Bitcoin, I won't get that. Displays your Facebook button that'll go to your Facebook page if they scan it, and then they can like your page, like it, love it. Display a PDF document, maybe a property sheet or something, or it could play music or audio recording of yours, or display images for a property just by scanning a QR code. Okay. Neat little tool there. I'm educating you and giving you some resources at the same time. How you like that? How you like them Zapples?
Awesome, thank you.
Good.
You're welcome.
Good.
Oh, by the way, if you're going to be sending out mailings, it would help if you guys, postage is expensive. But if you got this cheap resource, this is a top secret resource I'm giving you only to my students. You know what that is? United States Postal Service. But Every Door Direct Mail. You guys ever go there before? You guys know what that is?
No.
No.
USPS.EDDM has to be all lowercase. Governmental websites are stupid. If you put uppercase, it won't work. Okay? Oh, why is it not working? United States Postal Service, Every Door Direct Mail. Okay. Probably have to have HTTP. Okay, anyway, there we go. USPS Every Door Direct Mail. For some reason, it's not popping up on my browser. I don't know. Anyway, here, this is where it takes you for Every Door Direct Mail. Actually, the link that I had would take you directly to this tool.
Does it send to a particular area that you want it to?
Yeah, I'm going to show you. They got a little video here. Let's see if their video shows you how it works. If not, I'm going to walk you through it. I'll show you real quick.
Business who matter most. Do it with every door direct mail. It features an online mapping tool for finding potential customers near your business. To use the mapping tool, enter your starting point. Then select nearby postal routes where you want your mail pieces delivered.
So basically, you could select individual mail carrier routes. And along top, look, it'll tell you residential or business. And you could select that you don't want to send to businesses, but only to residential. And it'll show you how many residential mailboxes are on that route. And for the small amount, you could put one mail piece in every mailbox on that route. And you don't have to follow normal postal regulations, which require that you have the person's name and their address with a label affixed to all the mailing pieces or printed on the mailing pieces. Instead, you could just have an advertisement, you supply enough mailing pieces, you drop it off, and they'll put one in every mailbox along the route. Saves you time of printing out those addresses, having to buy a database of addresses, using the ink on printing them, buying labels, then affixing them. You just select and print. Time is money too. So it customizes where you could send, and it makes it a lot cheaper.
You can see demographic data based on census reports, like age range and average household size and income, and choose among available routes. When you're finished planning your mailing, you can schedule it for delivery. Each mail piece costs less than the price of a stamp to send. Creating your mailing is easy too. You can do it yourself or find them.
Did you catch that? Every mailing piece costs less than the price of a stamp. Less than the price of a stamp. It's cheap.
List of printers or mail service providers on USPS.com. When your mail pieces are ready, bring them to the post office and we'll deliver to every address along the routes you selected. Reach potential customers simply and cost-effectively. Every door direct mail from the U.S. Postal Service. Your post office and...
Well, you're welcome for that one too. That's going to save you a lot of time and money.
This is
That's where you could send cheap mailing and doesn't require any special permits or anything like that. You don't have to worry about printing labels or fixing labels, buying labels, ink for the labels, anything. You buy your mailing pieces from Got Print, you select your mailing routes, you pay for the postage online, you print out the receipt, it'll have all the mailing route numbers added to it, and you supply enough mailing pieces to the post office, they'll send them out. And it all goes out first class mail too. Awesome resources, Vic.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one.
It is a good one. I'm giving you guys good resources. I'm sharing you. Like, you ain't getting this stuff. I don't care what other real estate school you go to. They're not giving you these resources. Okay?
100%.
All right. So let's continue on now. Because you got to get your licenses before you can concentrate on getting clients and listings, right? So
yes, that's a priority.
yeah, so let's get back to that. So you got to cooperate with other licensees. And so how do we do that? We get a listing and it's available for you to show. It's got to be available for others to show as well, unless the owner directs you not to. And then we got to get them to sign that CYA form, that waiver of broker cooperation agreement, right? Listings got to be entered in the MLS within 48 hours. And all written offers have to be forwarded or presented to the owner within 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, this section of obtaining listings, we don't got to go over because I think mine was more comprehensive. I would say. We spent a lot of time on that. All commissions are negotiable. They're between the client and the listing broker, but remember, you need to know what your broker's office policy is. They may say, listen, you can't take any listings less than 5% unless you contact me first for approval. Otherwise, you know, you're collecting less money. You're taking money out of the broker's pocket when you get those listings without their approval first, with the commission below a certain amount, and then the broker could actually take it out of your commission, out of your side, to make up for the amount that you shortchange them, because they may have an office policy that they only get commissions at certain amounts. So you got to know whatever your office policy is on listings before you go out getting listings, okay? Or trying to negotiate them anyway. Usually it's not an issue, but it may be, so just make sure that you know your office policy is my point. So all listing agreements must contain the words to we could only sell properties, well, we could sell all kinds of properties. We could only prepare contracts for 1 to 4 family dwellings. But they must contain a notice that says, in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable if in the ad you state a specific commission amount. So all listing agreements must contain that in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable as well. And if you got a list, if you put a contract in for a for sale by owner because you never had that listing with them, they never got that disclosure. So you have to enter that into the contract. You're basically, that disclosure saying, we don't engage in illegal price fixing and all commissions are negotiable. Sherman Antitrust Act makes price fixing illegal, right? Right, Vic? All right, cool. The document that we give to owners at time of listing, the Attorney General's memorandum, which tells them that we do not engage in illegal discriminatory practices, right?
Yep.
We have to furnish a copy to the owners at time of listing, and we must refuse to take listings from owners who tell us that they intend to violate the law against discrimination. All listings to be valid have to have a valid, has to have an expiration date in the agreement as well, right? How do we price the property? We do it through a CMA. I already told you guys, take the class. We're going to go over pricing properties in chapter 16, but not in any in-depth way like that class from Ottawa. So I would suggest taking that, or letting your brokers try to train you. But I've yet to come across one that gives a good training on that. So CMA is a comparative market analysis. We can never call it an appraisal. Why?
We're not appraisers.
Because you're not appraisers. And appraising is a profession that requires licensing. So the actual selling price is determined by the agreement between the owner and the buying public, the buyer. So it's the market that determines the selling price. But who determines the asking price? It's determined by the seller. Now, we as the real estate agent should guide them into how to price the property by doing the CMA for them and making them an educated seller. So value is determined by whatever price that a ready, willing, and able buyer is willing to pay. So market value is what it eventually sells for, and the market price is what they're asking. Okay, so that's the end of that. Okay, let's do some highlighting on page 153 under responsibilities for investigation. Go down to the second sentence, and we're going to highlight on the third line. We're going to highlight until the end of that paragraph that the New Jersey Real Estate Commission rules and regulations clearly require licensees to ascertain all pertinent information on a property that's been accepted for a listing. The results of this licensee's investigation must be made known to all prospective purchasers. And then with your pen, put a bracket around the next paragraph that says failure to disclose any known defects or any defect that would have been apparent if a reasonable investigation would have been made may make the licensee liable for any claims levied by the purchaser of the property. The rules also require the licensee to investigate the financial qualifications for every prospective buyer. You can't be expecting to make an offer and ask a seller to take their property off of the market when you don't even know if they could qualify for the loan. At minimum, we need to get a mortgage pre-qualification letter from a buyer and then have them work towards getting that mortgage pre-approval letter. and then eventually the mortgage commitment letter where the lender would commit to giving the loan. All
What page is that on?
153.
Oh, 153. Yeah, I'm on 153 right now. All right. So under responsibility for investigation, you highlighted the last sentence, last two sentences, I'm sorry. And then in the paragraph that begins with the word failure, you put a bracket around it with a pen. And then you, after that, you highlight New Jersey Real Estate License Act further requires that. And highlight straight down on the bullet points that the listing contain a definite date of termination and that they have to supply a duplicate original. Licensing law and cooperation with other licensees. Highlight the first entire paragraph. Licensing law requires us to put it basically says licensing law requires us to put listings in the MLS within 48 hours. We have to forward any offers to the owner within 24 hours. And if we're not going to put a listing in the MLS, we need to get the waiver of broker cooperation signed by the owner. Put a little highlighted bracket around negotiations of commission, which basically just says that we got to give that disclosure that in New Jersey all commissions are negotiable, and in the event that we get a listing from for sale by owner, we got to put in there that we don't engage in illegal price fixing disclosure. That says, as sellers, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker, and no fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority, trade association, or multiple listing service. And what law would make it illegal to do so?
The Sherman Antitrust Law.
The Sherman Antitrust Act, correct. And what do we call it when we talk to the competition about the fees we charge the public? Price fixing. Price fixing. Okay. Here's the seller's property condition disclosure statement, which goes over all the issues with the property that we disclose. And actually, we have the seller fill this out. While we're filling out all that paperwork, we keep them out of our hair so we're not there all night. It's going to take us long enough to fill out all the listing input sheets and prepare the listing agreements and all that. Have them fill this out while we're doing that. This is all the information about the property that they're aware of. Then go to page 163. We're almost done here. Under the Attorney General's memorandum, highlight the second sentence that says New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires brokers and salespeople to furnish the listing, each listing owner with a copy of this memorandum. In addition, a licensee must refuse to take a listing from any owner that indicates that they have an intent to discriminate. Plus, we went over that stuff in chapter 4 too. Now, under expiration of listing agreement, highlight just this. All exclusive listings must specify, stop. Go beneath that, the next line, and highlight an exact termination date. How many times do we highlight that or read that, this chapter? You'd think it's on exam.
Definitely.
Yes.
Most definitely.
I could guarantee it.
Yes.
All right. And then pricing the property. How do we do that?
CMA.
CMA. That's right. So in the second paragraph, just highlight comparative market analysis, CMA. Skip the next paragraph. Following paragraph, highlight licensing law dictates that a CMA must never be called a free appraisal. Now, when we do CMAs, we have information in there, you know, about the listing, the comparable properties that are similar in size, style, location, and amenity to the subject property. And then we make adjustments for all the differences. I showed you that in that Ottawa CMA report, how do we determine the values of those adjustments and those differences. We'll go over that in a little more detail when we get to chapter 16. Not in major detail, but enough until you guys have a chance to take a class like this. So let's do the key terms to review. Illegal listing on page 165. Illegal listing, broker keeps everything above a certain figure.
Net listing.
Net listing.
5 is A, net listing. Listing given to any number of brokers, only the selling brokers paid.
Open listing.
6 is B, open listing. A listing that promises broker will be paid unless owners sell on their own.
Exclusive.
Exclusive agency listing.
Exclusive agency listing. Can't just say exclusive, it's exclusive agency. 2 is C. A listing that states broker will be paid no matter who sells.
Exclusive
right to sell listing.
3 is D, exclusive right to sell listing. An organization of brokers who work to sell each other's listings.
MLS.
MLS, the multiple listing service. 4 is E. And a price comparison for sellers to use when listing the property.
1.
CMA.
1 is F, the CMA, comparative market analysis. All right. So, and that concludes chapter 10. And so that concludes chapter 10. And we are